VR, as an industry on the whole, there's so many hard problems yet to be solved. It really is just an open book for research and science for years to come.
It's kind of like cars 100 years ago. That whole time there's been massive innovation. So maybe in 100 years I won't want to be working on virtual reality because we'll have it perfect. But until we get there, it's going to be a very exciting, really fast-moving field.
Yeah. I doubt Palmer will ever get out of virtual reality.
I'll probably die first.
Probably true.
Right now, the community is taking off. It's exploding. And we're all on this mission to transform gaming, entertainment, the way we interact with one another. Everybody's part of the revolution.
That's the most exciting thing in technology. There's no other place which lets you create new worlds.
I've been working on a lot of research problems in academia, tracking and object recognition for many years. But VR is pretty much the first time we really have a good all these problems.
It's probably one of the most interesting fields in technology right now, and I think as designers you really want to be on the kind of cutting edge of where things are happening.
It's not often you get to define a grammar for something new.
Well, I think in many ways those obstacles are what's fun about developing for VR right now.
I love being in a new space, and it's just a new medium. It's fun to explore.
I want to be there. I want to be there day one. I want to be part of that.
Different people are going to pull different bits of magic out of this, and that brightens my day when I see a new application that does something novel or clever, and I think that was made possible by this. This is great, and I'm so happy I'm working on this.
I am very excited to be a part of something that is going to change the world, and I do believe that.
What really kind of impacts me about what we're doing here is how hard it would be for me to go back to making regular games. It's not possible.
It's amazing, amazing progress in crazy directions all over the place, but all really funneling towards this idea of consumer VR.
So I actually think that VR is maybe the most transformational technology of my lifetime. With every new technology, there are those people who see that it could possibly change the world, and that's who I think we have here today.
This isn't a team of 10 or 100. This is a team of over 100,000 people coming together to realize the dream of virtual reality.
I think we're all incredibly grateful for the impact the community's had on both Oculus and the Rift.
They're really committed to getting this right, which is something we really believe in too. And it's amazing to have been on this journey with all of these people, making virtual reality what it is today. And I know I say this all the time, but really, we're just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO Oculus, Brendan E. Reeb.
Wow. Good morning, and welcome to the first Oculus Connect Developer Conference. It's awesome to see all of you out there. This is a really special moment, and this is a special day for everyone. Today, after just 2 short years of launching the Kickstarter, I truly believe that you will also join us in the belief that VR is finally ready. We have some very exciting things to tell you and show you. We're gathered at this time where we've thought about VR for decades. We've dreamed of VR. It's been in books and movies. If you're a sci-fi enthusiast, this is the Holy Grail. This is the thing that you've always imagined would finally happen. It's not 2030, it's not 2050, it's 2014. And today, it is happening. Virtual reality is here. Just let that sink in. We thought about flying cars, maybe hoverboards. We thought about virtual reality, and it's now here. There are more developers in the world creating virtual reality with dev kits than ever before. You guys, the community, made this happen. There's over 100,000 Rift developer kits shipped to more than 130 countries around the world. We launched 2 years ago. That's incredible. I never expected it to go this quickly. None of us did. Again, it's because of you guys. It's because of the dream of virtual reality and hardware and it being finally the time. Today, you and the VR community have an opportunity to come together and take VR to the next level. That's what this conference is all about. That's what today is all about. Now, I hope you have a lot of fun while you're doing this. We always pride ourselves and say at Oculus, while we're on this crazy journey, this amazing journey, one of the most important, if not the most important parts of it, is to have freaking fun. We're going out there, we're changing the world, we're realizing this dream. Let's enjoy it. Let's embrace it, and let's do it together as a community. We're not 10, we're not 100. We're literally over 100,000. I think it's 130,000 now in our developer forum. That's incredible. There's never been a hardware platform with that many developer kits. Together, we have a chance to create something really special. Something that will change the lives of the entire future of human race. It's going to be that impactful. It really is. I didn't believe it when we first started. I thought it was a neat science project by a 19-year-old. That was potentially one of the coolest experiences I've ever seen. But I didn't realize just how important this was going to be for the future. Think about it for a second. We've been looking at different realities, different fantasies on 2D surfaces for over 100 years. Whether it's books, film, photos, video games. We all love video games. But it's always a 2D surface, and you're trying to immerse yourself in. You're trying to believe that you're in that fantasy, in that world. Luckily, you look around and you're reminded, it's okay, I'm not really there. Until now. With virtual reality, when you put on the headset, and it's good enough, and you're going to see something very special today, when it's good enough, suddenly the back of your brain believes you're there. You now are reminding yourself, no, I'm not really there. It's a pretty amazing experience. You start fighting this. We went from trying to convince ourselves we're there to try to convince ourselves we're not there. So we're not all going to be running around Call of Duty. You don't really want to be in Call of Duty. You don't want bullets going by your head. I have a feeling we'd all be crunched down in a bunker, really scared. I know I would be. But that's what virtual reality can bring. It is truly amazing. Our mission is to transform gaming, entertainment, and the way we interact. We truly believe this will happen. And yes, it did start with games and gaming. And it is going to continue with games. Because virtual reality, for it to truly work, you have to create 2 virtual cameras that are in the exact place of your eyes. You have to trick the brain that you're there with all the movement. That's all built at the core in software in a 3D game engine. And it will continue to be. And it's us, the VR and gaming community, that are going to make that happen. To do this, and to really get out there and connect 1 billion people, 2 billion people in VR, we see 2 categories, PC and mobile VR. These each have trade-offs, advantages and challenges. Today on PC, you get this awesome comfort and high fidelity, and you get the sense of presence, which is the magic of VR. Using features like positional tracking, high frame rates, low persistence, incredibly powerful GPU, create unbelievable worlds. You can create believable worlds. Again, just the beginning. It's only been 2 years. Think about the beginning of PC. Brought PCs to the world. Think about where the next few decades are going to be incredible. With mobile, the magic is accessibility, affordability, and ultimately portability. Not having that cable tethered to your head, yanking at your head, is an awesome feeling. It is an awesome experience. Being able to pass around a set of VR glasses or goggles to anybody in the audience, anybody in front of you, is awesome. Being able to just share it, being able to take it with you, throw it in a backpack. It is very unique. I was recently at a hackathon where I was able to take the mobile VR headset and just hand it around and let dozens of people try it in a room. People were blown away. They never expected it to be so good. And I never expected you to be able to do that so easily. It really is awesome. What Carmack and the team have pulled off on today's mobile hardware is nothing short of incredible. But again, now it's up to you guys to carry that forward and create the content and make it a reality. So long term, we do see these two categories continuing to converge, overlap, but ultimately complement each other. The cell phone is not replacing your laptop. It's complementing it, and you'll be using it for a lot of different services, just like mobile VR will continue to complement PC VR. We strongly believe it's important to lead in both, to do this right, and ultimately to connect billions of people in VR. When we launched Oculus, our prototypes were far. The early duct tape versions, hot glue, it was early days. We then added plastic, made it a little more comfortable, finally took it to China, built the DK1, shipped the DK1, slightly terrifying moment. Then we created the HD prototype, Crystal Cove, and finally DK2. On the mobile side, which started a little bit later, we got to skip duct tape, hot glue, and go right to 3D printing. We started with a holder, we glued our DK1 sensor on, and we started iterating as quick as we could. Started using a few other DK1 parts and realized that it was probably better to just go straight to a partnership with Samsung to really make this happen. It also became clear it needed some magic. Welcome Carmack to the picture. I never expected it to be so good. It really is pretty incredible. And now we have early prototypes of Gear VR, which you've heard. So today, we have DK2 on the PC, positional tracking, low persistence. It really delivers a great experience. It's not quite there yet, but it is very, very good. And it's a great place to start if you're creating content on the PC. We also have Samsung Gear VR Innovator Edition, which we recently announced on stage with Samsung in front of millions of people. Just think about that. 2 years after we launched a Kickstarter for an idea that pretty much never worked, one of the largest hardware companies in the world has announced it as an official product that they're going to be selling. A year or two from now, it'll be in every phone store out there. A little scary, but it's going to be you guys creating the content to make this happen. We're all in this together. We really are. This is a community. This is not 10 or 100. It is 100,000. And all of this started with the original Rift DK1 being kickstarted. I'm really excited about the announcement that Nirav made last night. We decided to give back to the community and fully open source the entire DK1. All the hardware design, firmware, tracker, the PCB. I can't wait to see all the Chinese knockoffs. God help us all. But we do believe this is important. It's important for the hackers and the makers out there to be able to pick this up, take that tracker, glue it on to different things. Take some source code, change it, modify it, ship it, make something awesome. All the source is on GitHub right now. Have fun, China. So as we look back at the history of how this all got started, it's just awesome. It really is. It's still kind of all surreal. I got a phone call in around June 2012 that I needed to meet this guy named Palmer Luckey. I thought, okay, Palmer Luckey. And they said, yeah, he's on to something awesome. It's virtual reality, and it's finally going to work. And I thought, VR's never worked. I'm too busy. I'm sorry. Then I looked up on the internet and saw some interesting news coming out of E3 and thought, okay, well, might as well go meet this Palmer Luckey. I wouldn't want to be the guy that misses the thing that changes the world. That would be bad. Pretty depressing. So we packed up, grabbed Michael Antonov and Nate Mitchell. We were all working together at the time. We drove up to LA, booked a nice restaurant, steakhouse, and invited Palmer Luckey to meet us for dinner. In walks Palmer Luckey in an Atari t-shirt, shorts, and these awesome flip-flops. My first thought is, wow, he's a lot younger than I expected. He looked like 16, 17 at the time. I think he was 19. And a slight concern over whether they'd actually even seat us. They did, luckily. We got talking, and we had this incredible evening, basically just listening to Palmer talk about the future of VR. His headset collection, his infectious vision for where this was all going to go. We were still pretty skeptical, but it was just awesome to hear him talk, and we wanted to see more. We wanted to see the demo. So a few weeks later, we met him on July 4th at a hotel in Long Beach. He lives in Long Beach, at the time at his parents' garage. So we meet him at this hotel, and in he walks with this little tub, like the trays under your school desk, dangling wires and circuit boards, and we're looking at it going, okay, this is going to be interesting. He puts it all together and turns it on, and at the time turns out the light, and you had to hold the thing in your hand. It was like a viewfinder. But when you looked through those lenses, you saw this bold new world. You saw this incredible virtual world that was believable. It was a hint of it. It felt like it. It wasn't all there, but it was there enough that it got us excited. We were hooked. We wanted to help. This is something I think happens with everybody who tries VR. You see it, you believe, and then you want to help. You want to get involved. So within days, Oculus was born, the Kickstarter was launched, and the journey had begun. Literally a few weeks after we met Palmer and saw this demo. This happened overnight. None of us expected this to go as fast as it went. Again, it's because of you guys. It's because of the community. It's because everybody rallied together. So most of you know the story from here on out. You're part of the story from here on out. We iterated on the hardware and the prototypes, and you guys bought it. Thank you. Really, without your support, it just wouldn't have happened this fast. So we worked across all these different disciplines. We had to recruit people for hardware, electronics. These are things we had never done before. We're software programmers for the most part, and Palmer's a hardware hacker. We had to get all these incredible disciplines together to make that developer kit really work. What was awesome was everybody was believing. Everybody wanted to sign up and get involved. We were able to recruit one of the most talented engineering teams of all time. I mean, Carmack and Abrash back together again. It's pretty awesome. These are the guys that brought us 3D, and now these are the guys, and this is the team with you guys, the community, that's going to go out and bring virtual reality and change the world. When we finally shipped DK1, I can tell you it wasn't always smooth sailing. We really didn't know how the community would react to this. To be honest, we were pretty terrified. It had its issues. It was kind of like a lunchbox strapped onto your face with 1990s graphics and a whole lot of motion blur. It was early days, that's for sure. But when you used it, you saw the potential. You got excited. Everybody did. YouTube really got excited. Grandma got excited. The community rallied, and VR had a second hope, a second chance. It just hadn't worked before. The timing wasn't right. Hardware wasn't ready. But now it was, and the community was there. But the story wouldn't be complete without mentioning another major contributor. It really is important. This is one of the most important parts of my journey along the way. While we were working on iterating the Rift, getting the developer kit out, scrambling as fast as we could to ship you something, Michael Abrash, Ottman Binstock, and the Valve VR team were hard at work on R&D. They were working on trying to solve the elephant in the room, motion sickness. In September 2013, Abrash called and said, Brendan, we have something I think you're going to want to see. When Abrash calls and says that, you go. I jumped on a plane right away, hopped up to Valve, listened to Abrash, Ottman, and their crew talk about the different challenges and how they were approaching solving them. And it was incredibly fascinating. And it was a little over my head, but I was trying to grab it all at once. We spent a few hours there. It was very exciting. Finally, Abrash and Ottman led me into a room covered with black and white fiducial markers, VR wallpaper. And on the way in, Abrash said, you know, no one's gotten sick yet. I'm curious to see what you think. I said, not even you? And he said, no. And Michael and I are the most sensitive guys out there. Literally a few head turns, and we're out. So I was intrigued, but very skeptical, because it had still been hard for me to experience VR for long periods of time, or even short periods of time, to be honest. So they strapped on this kind of clunky 3D printed headset, circuit boards exposed, dangling wires. It was really reminiscent of Palmer's prototype, but a little bit better. No hot glue or duct tape. Then came this game-changing moment, a moment that I will absolutely never forget. When I knew VR was really going to work, and it was going to work for more than just enthusiasts and nerds like us, like me. It was going to work for the entire world. As I looked around, I felt great. And I felt like I was there. All of a sudden, this switch in the back of my head flipped. Instead of thinking, wow, this is a really neat VR demo, bam, I was in it and I believed I was there. And I started trying to convince myself, wait, no, this isn't real. You're still in that room with those markers on it. After about 10, 20 minutes, I even had to look up at one point and just make sure the world was still out there. It's like, yep, I'm still in that crazy room. Okay. I put it back down and suddenly I was somewhere else. That's the magic of presence. I hadn't felt it before until that moment. And it felt great. I left the room more motivated than ever. I left the room feeling good. Pretty unique. The bar had been set. This was it. This was what we had to deliver for the consumer VR to really work. You had to feel like you were there comfortably. You had to get presence. We continued to work on the hardware, building all kinds of prototypes, ramping up as fast as we could, racing towards this goal. As soon as the prototypes were working, we'd either show them or even, in many cases, ship them out to people. You guys, the community. Let you experiment with them. Give us feedback. We did our best to balance the trade-offs of moving fast without breaking too much. We still broke sometimes. I think one of the best articles was, DK2 is a hot mess, and that's okay. So we apologize for just how hot it is, but we are trying to ship things as fast as we can on this race towards presence. It's really important to get it out to you guys, the community. So to make this work, we needed the best and brightest. We need to ramp up. We need to build a team that could really deliver on this. We couldn't sell VR wallpaper. We couldn't sell this dual-paneled, crazy 3D printed headset. We had to sell something that was lightweight, that felt great, that just needed a single camera or two. Something simple, consumerizable. So along the way, we tried to balance what was the right path for us. How do we achieve this vision and really do VR right? So we decided after a lot of debate internally, and really this was a decision that we didn't take lightly. It was a decision that we felt was the best for the future of VR. I can only imagine what Andy Rubin thought was best for the future of Android. We decided to partner with Facebook. We know this deal created some intense debate in the community. We had some of our biggest followers become our less biggest followers. I think Notch is coming back. Congrats to Microsoft buying. Good job. How ironic. So a lot of you were concerned about what this meant for the future of VR and whether we were going to slow down or change course, or what this effect this is going to have. Ultimately, it's on us to show you that the Facebook partnership is the right thing for VR and the right thing for Oculus and the community. I can say it's only been 6 months, but since we signed with Facebook, we have supercharged recruiting. We actually used part of our acquisition to go out there and try to entice and incentivize some of the best and brightest to come to Oculus. Michael Abrash joined. That was awesome. Along with over 100 of the top engineers out there. We literally more than doubled our staff with incredible dream team recruits in just 6 months. So far, so good. Again, it's on us. We'll see how this goes. We're trying to do what's right. So what's next for Oculus? That is a big question everybody has. Well, we're really sprinting towards the consumer version. Everything we do is in this pursuit of presence. We need to deliver that experience that we saw in the Valve room. We need to deliver that to everybody that buys an Oculus Rift. You should be completely immersed in this experience. You should believe you're there, and you should feel great, even if you're super sensitive like me. But presence is a bit like a house of cards. Without any one component, the whole thing kind of falls apart and comes tumbling down. So how do we get presence right? Let's start by looking at the full chain. This is important. This is how you deliver virtual vision. You have motion of your head, you're moving around. It gets captured by a tracking system, which feeds into the CPU. You have your game engine, your processing, you're running all your algorithms to determine that new position. You're then generating the commands to be sent to the GPU to render the new left and right stereo image that then goes to the display. The display scans out and emits photons that flow through the optics. We finally understand this full path. Had we known what we needed to pull off to really deliver presence in the beginning, we may have never started. Palmer probably would have. I don't know if we would have. It was much harder than we thought. So there's 5 essential ingredients to getting this right. And we try to be as open as we can about these. You've heard some of these talked about in the past. Tracking is one of the most important. You've got to have 6 degree of freedom tracking. You have to have full head tracking. Everywhere you're moving, those virtual cameras have to be in the same place as your eyes. They have to be there in 360 with sub-millimeter accuracy. They can't jitter, it can't shake around. We have a test internally that we call the tap test. And you're sitting there tapping the headset to see if the image stays perfectly still. It has to. You also need a comfortable volume so you can lean around, lean down. Of course, all sitting down, right? We're always sitting. The other part that you've heard talked about a lot is latency. Latency is very, very important. The latency at every step of the way on that chain has to be as low as possible. Ultimately, to make this work, you need to get to sub 20 milliseconds of latency from motion of you moving your head to the last photon hitting your eye. That's incredibly hard. But if you can get to less than 20 milliseconds, you can actually use the optical tracking fused with the IMU to predict the last 20. Prediction doesn't really work. And you hear a lot of people say, oh, we have prediction and we have 0 milliseconds latency. It doesn't really come together unless you can get down to 20 milliseconds of real latency. Then you can predict the last 20 and you don't get jitter or noise. So minimizing this loop is incredibly hard. But it's actually not good enough. Believe it or not, if you leave an image sitting on your eye for more than just a few milliseconds, it starts to smear across your retina. What you have to do is get the persistence of that image down to just 2 to 3 milliseconds. So either you have 2 options. Either you're running at 300 to 400 frames a second, 300 to 400 hertz display updating, You guys excited about making a 300 to 400 FPS game? I think Carmack is. I know he loves high FPS, but to really get this something that everybody can pull off, the guys at Valve figured out a trick: low persistence. Instead of leaving the display on for 10, 12 milliseconds, 16 milliseconds at 60 hertz, turn it off. Turn it off and only leave it on for 2 to 3 milliseconds. Now the image sits in your eye for a very short amount of time, and then you get black in the headset. And believe it or not, if you can do this fast enough at around 90 hertz, you can get rid of the flicker, and it all comes together. So low persistence is an essential ingredient. It actually ends up requiring some pretty custom hardware along the way. You also need resolution. DK1 resolution, maybe not so great. You need at least 1K by 1K per eye. That's a lot of resolution. You need that in stereo. Left and right image have to be, left and right eye have to be rendered separately. They have to be completely correct. You can't use tricks or you'll perceive them and it won't work. And you can't see the pixels. If you see the pixels, and I am super anal about this, if you see the pixels, it breaks presence. Suddenly you're reminded, oh, I got this thing on my face. I got screens sitting in front of my eyes. If you don't see the pixel structure, you can stay focused on the object out in the world. Finally, you need the optics, that last bit as the display scans out and the photons flow into your eye. You need optics to deliver a wide field of view. If you have a small field of view, it feels like you have a screen in front of you. And your brain just says, oh, I just have this, I'm looking through this Windows screen thing, and the whole effect is lost. If you have an over 90-degree field of view, suddenly you're there. You also need a comfortable eye box. This is something we've wrestled with. Believe it or not, optics have been one of the hardest challenges we're still up against right now. We're still battling optics. The eye box allows you to put on the headset and get comfortable pretty quickly. It also allows you to look around a scene and track an object. If you have an object out in the world, which naturally in the world, as you're moving around and walking around, you're always staring at objects, and then you're moving from one object to the next object. As you're doing that, and yet you're still moving, when you move and you look through, it starts to blur and get distorted. The experience falls apart. Having that wide eye box is really important. Calibration of these optics is incredibly hard. We have somebody at the office, Brant Lewis, who we nicknamed Golden Eye. He sits with the headset and he manually calibrates these things for hours. I can't imagine what it feels like. And it works well, but not quite well enough. You have to do it perfectly. So we've had to invest this huge amount in a system that would actually go out there and capture the screen through the lens and give the exact right distortion model to be corrected. If you don't do it, when you're looking around, you'll see this kind of warpy effect and swimmy effect, and it will not feel good. So all of these things have to come together to deliver presence. These are the 5 core components. When you put these together and you get it right, and you get the content right, and it all pulls together, suddenly you're there. The switch flips, and you're in a new virtual world. Today, I'm excited to show the progress that we've made heading to the consumer Rift with a new feature prototype, Crescent Bay. It's a beautiful beach, very close to where we're located. This prototype shows off the features, the quality, the presence that we need to deliver for consumer VR. This is along the path, much like Crystal Cove was. This is not the consumer product. It's much closer, but it's not the final thing. It is a massive leap from DK2. It's as big of a leap as we made from DK1 to DK2 as DK2 to Crescent Bay. It is awesome. It has updated display technology, including a higher refresh rate, higher resolution, improved optics. It also has 360-degree tracking. You can see the LEDs on the back. That was not easy. It's still not perfect. None of this is perfect yet, but it is much, much better. It also has improved weight and ergonomics over DK1 and DK2. It is much lighter, thank God. And finally, you'll notice integrated audio. Still optional, integrated audio. You can move them out of the way. Many of you are going to want to use your own earplugs. But audio is a big multiplier for presence. And we're committed to delivering great audio, not just in the hardware, but also in the software. And this is all part of that commitment. But the most important thing about Crescent Bay is that this allows for sustained presence. This allows you to achieve the impossible and believe you're truly in a world comfortably. It's not perfect, but it is a huge step forward. And it is getting much, much closer to consumer Rift. This is still very early hardware and software, but it's in a state that we're ready to show you today. Literally right now, Crescent Bay demos are being set up. I hope they all work. It's a little dicey. It is very, very early, but they are being set up to show you. Please be very careful with them. They are fragile. They were handmade at Oculus HQ just the last few days. I broke one last night, 2 nights ago. They are really delicate, so take them on and off really slowly. But when they work, the magic comes alive. Along with the new hardware, our in-house content team made a set of magical experiences to go along with this new hardware. They're awesome. The experiences are designed to demonstrate the sense of presence, the power of presence. We hope this gives you a glimpse at the future of virtual reality. The next decade is going to be incredible. To see the progress that we've made in just 2 short years to get to a point where we're able to deliver presence is amazing. What is going to happen over the next few decades? I have no idea. It's wild. All of you here are going to be the first to try Crescent Bay at Oculus Connect. Can't wait to see what you think. As I said, Crescent Bay includes audio. Let's come back to that. Audio is very, very important. It's essential to delivering this experience. We're very passionate about it. In fact, Palmer is one of the biggest audiophiles in the office. He has this incredible headphone collection. Not quite as significant as VR headset collection, but it's big. Headphones everywhere. He's got a lot of particulars about what it needs to do. Awesome. Along with the integrated headphones, huge focus on getting the audio software right, getting 360 VR head-tracked software right. Exactly the sound you expect to hear. The cues have to be right for you to believe it's real. That's hardware and software coming together. As part of this initiative, we've licensed RealSpace 3D's audio technology, a high-fidelity VR audio system developed over 10 years at one of the best universities in the country, University of Maryland. Yeah! Go Terps. Literally today, We are working on audio as aggressively as we're working on the vision side. We have a whole team ramped up. Brian Hook is going to be discussing the unique audio challenges and what we're doing to solve them. 3D audio spatialization, sound design, there's all these different aspects that have to come together. A lot of it is going to come on you guys too. Audio is important. Much more important than it's ever been. So we're going to get it right. We're going to get the vision right. We're going to get the audio right. This is our commitment to you guys. This is our commitment to VR, and this is our commitment to Consumer Rift V1. Now I'd like to welcome Nate Mitchell, Head of Product, to talk about what we're doing on the platform, user experience, and content. Please welcome Nate Mitchell.
Good morning. Thank you, Brendan. How's everyone doing? We're still awake out there? Feeling good? A lot of good stuff to show you guys after this. So Brendan talked a lot about how building the hardware and software that enables great VR is really what we're focused on at Oculus. But that's really only part of the challenge. People need to be able to discover great content, and developers need the tools and systems to reach users around the world. Over the last 2 years, our focus has actually been more on connecting developers with developers, like everyone here in this room. And that initiative really started with Oculus Developer Center and Oculus Share. So as Brendan mentioned, we now have 130,000 developers signed up on the Oculus Developer Center, which is pretty remarkable. And to date, we've seen over 550,000 downloads of the Oculus SDK, which is obviously incredibly exciting for us. The other big piece of that equation has been Share. Share has really grown immensely since we launched it last August. And today, there are over 325 VR games, applications, and experiences available on Share. We're actually seeing new submissions every day, somewhere in the range of 5 to 10, sometimes even 15. What you guys have done in the last 2 years, I mean, we've seen more content built for VR in the last 2 years than we've seen in the last 2 decades. It's remarkable. You guys continue to innovate and trailblaze all across the medium, and it really does inspire us at Oculus. Some of my favorite games up there. An even more ridiculous number is that we've seen nearly 700,000 downloads on Share to date. Pretty ridiculous, especially for a developer site designed for really developers and enthusiasts to share content. Of course, this wasn't at 700,000 when I prepped my keynote. I think it's crossed it by now. But we really are excited by this. And this is really just the beginning. Looking forward, we want to extend Share's core feature set to build out new tools and services that developers can leverage to engage with a much broader audience. These include services like identity, authentication, entitlement, distribution, and perhaps most importantly, monetization. The foundations of the Oculus platform are actually going to be powering the Gear VR device this fall, and we're actually going to be bringing these services to PC in the future. And where other platforms are really solely focused on content distribution, we're constantly thinking about the experiences that you're going to have in VR inside the Oculus platform. As part of that initiative, and some of you may have tried this experience here at the show, when you turn on the Gear VR device and put it on, you actually drop into an experience, a VR experience that we call Oculus Share, or Oculus Home, sorry. Some of you may have tried it here, and Home is designed specifically to let users interact with the Oculus platform in a variety of different ways, all from within VR. We really, really wanted to make this a seamless experience where you can transition between content, find new content, and in the future do even more. Our team is really focused on making Home as comfortable and intuitive as possible so that anyone can dive in and get started exploring the Oculus ecosystem right from the start. Right now, the primary function of Home is absolutely content discovery and acquisition, all within VR. But you're going to see Home grow and evolve over the coming months. With Gear VR, for example, we're expecting to launch with dozens of experiences, all available from within Oculus Home on day one, many of which were built by the developers in this room today. I want to emphasize that all the systems we're putting together, they're not strictly only for VR. As part of Gear VR's launch, we're also going to be shipping a 2D mobile application, a native mobile app, where users can access the Oculus platform straight from their phone. We also have plans to let users discover and browse content on the web in a portal very similar to Share, but obviously more evolved. And we'll have more news on that in the coming months. Along with Home and the mobile client, we're also shipping 2 VR applications as part of the Oculus platform. These are VR Cinema, Oculus Cinema and Oculus 360, both of which are launching as part of Gear VR. Oh, let me back that up one slide. Or forwards. So, we'll be releasing actually the full source code for Cinema and 360 as part of the mobile SDK to help you guys jumpstart your Gear VR development on the platform. Yeah, we're really excited about this, and this is really just the beginning. So that's a small peek into the Oculus platform and some of the things we've been working on behind the scenes. And again, that's going to come to life first on Gear VR later this year, and then first with Gear VR at launch, and then coming to PC later. In my opinion, one of the absolute best things about the partnership with Samsung is that it lets us bring the Oculus ecosystem and platform to a much, much broader audience much more quickly. And with that in mind, there are a few other partnerships we'd like to highlight today that have really been impactful for Oculus. Epic's Unreal Engine 4 continues to be one of the absolute best engines for developing VR content out there. And that's really because, some applause for Epic. Definitely deserved, yeah. And that's because Epic has dedicated a huge amount of resources into making it incredibly easy to use to build awe-inspiring VR experiences, mostly for the Rift. Most of the Crescent Bay, the first-party Crescent Bay demos that Brendan talked about, are actually built with Unreal Engine 4. It's an incredibly stellar tool set. So almost every major Oculus prototype announcement has been accompanied by a new Unreal Engine demo. It started all the way back at CES 2013 when we showed Epic Citadel, that snowy, flying craziness. It moved on to Elemental VR, and we did Strategy VR, and then Couch Nights. And for each one of these demos that we worked on with the Epic team, they absolutely stole the show. Keeping that streak alive, Epic has put together an entirely new experience for Oculus Connect that they call Showdown. We're really, really excited to be able to share this with you guys today, running on Crescent Bay alongside our own suite of demos. Showdown is hands down the best demo that we've put together with Epic, and at least for me, it's one of the experiences that I'm going to remember forever in VR. I think you guys are going to like it. Another really key partner for us has been Unity. Unity has one of the absolute biggest Oculus developer communities that's active today. When we ran the VR Jam in 2013, we actually saw that about 90% of the 225 games and experiences that were submitted for the final build were all built using Unity. We've always had a major focus on trying to make Unity as accessible as possible for Oculus developers. And today, we're thrilled to announce that we've partnered with Unity to make Oculus an official platform and build target for Unity 5. We know this is something you guys have wanted for a really long time. We're really excited to make it a reality. This also means that Unity will now fully support Oculus and the Rift with a dedicated add-on that includes optimizations to stereo imaging, 3D audio support, and other engine-level and editor-level integrations. But best of all, it means that Oculus will now be supported in both the free and pro versions of Unity for everyone. Yeah. We've seen a huge amount of incredible, groundbreaking content built with Unity and Oculus over the last 2 years. Some of my favorite experiences, like Lucky's Tale, I know the Playful team's in the audience somewhere, Dumpy, Going Elephants, yeah, shout out to Playful, Super Hot. But ultimately, we really hope that this partnership and this step forward really enables more developers to leverage Unity's already super accessible tool set to build the next generation of VR experiences that help define the platform. So with that, I'll bring Brendan back out here. It really is incredible to see all you guys here today, and thank you again for being part of this.
All right, so we're almost done here. We're setting up Crescent Bay as we speak. We're getting it ready for you guys to see. It has these really magical experiences. One surprise that we haven't talked about yet that you'll have to see to believe. And then it ends with Showdown. And Showdown is one of the most incredible experiences out there. It's as close to Call of Duty as I want to get. Things will be whizzing by you. Good luck. This is an incredible time. It's a time where we're all coming together and we're all a part of this. I want to give a big thank you to the Epic team for all of their work on the demos, the Unity team for coming together on this partnership, and NVIDIA for providing all the GPU hardware and making a bit of a surprise announcement that we just heard about on their commitment to VR in their hardware, the advances they're going to make. It really takes everybody coming together. As we say at Oculus, this is a team effort, and you're all part of that team. So you can grab the Oculus Connect mobile app, and you can start registering for your demo, your Crescent Bay demo. Now, as you're registering and this is getting set up, let me remind you that we have a few more speakers coming on. So the suits of the audience can get up and leave and go see the demos, while the rest of us stay and listen to none other than Michael Abrash, chief scientist at Oculus, and one of the most inspirational geniuses I've ever met. Please welcome Michael Abrash to the stage.
Wow. I could never have imagined anything like this 3 years ago when I started down the path to VR, and it's fantastic. I'm super excited to be talking to you today, so let's dive in and talk about VR, the future, and you. I think we've all had the experience of walking out of a great science fiction movie or finishing a great science fiction book and thinking, why can't real life be like that? So here's an interesting question. What is it that science fiction has that real life doesn't have? To me, it's the sense that the future hinges in important ways on individual actions. Isn't that what we all want? To matter, to make our mark on the world, and to change the future for the better? Consider the 3 novels that I think of as the touchstones of VR and AR: Snow Crash, Ready Player One, and Rainbow's End. Snow Crash is about the battle over Sumerian biolinguistic viruses, which basically means control of the entire world. Ready Player One is about the battle for control of Oasis, which basically means control of the entire world. And Rainbow's End is about the battle over you gotta believe me mind control, which basically means control of the entire world. And do I even need to mention the Matrix? Of course, none of us are going to wake up tomorrow and find ourselves stopping bullets in midair or kung-fuing with Agent Smith, but we, all of us in this room, are among the most fortunate people on Earth because we have the opportunity right now to change the future in a big way, an opportunity that not one person in 1,000 has in their lifetime. Each of us has been hardworking, smart, and lucky enough to have a front row seat as VR becomes real and to be in a position to help make it real. And you are more critical to making that future happen than you might imagine. Consider John Carmack and the genesis of network 3D gaming. In 1994, John and I had dinner at this Thai restaurant in Bellevue. I knew John was going to offer me a job at id, and I knew I was going to turn it down because I was doing important work on Windows NT at Microsoft. And John did indeed offer me that job. But before he did, he talked for a couple of hours about his vision of the future, in which anyone could build persistent worlds on the internet, and anyone could jump into and between those worlds, And a kind of cyberspace would accrete from the actions of a whole community. By the time he was done, I knew I had to join John to make that happen. And happen it did in a big way. Which brings us to the key question. Would it have happened the same way without John? What if John had just churned out more Doom-style games, rather than seeing the potential of the internet for client-server gaming and moving to full 3D? What if he hadn't had a strong philosophy of openness, if he hadn't shared his techniques freely, if he hadn't encouraged modding? Would the world of network 3D gaming have been the same? To me, it's obvious that things would have worked out very differently. If you think otherwise, I'd say you've fallen for what Ottman Binstock calls the myth of technological inevitability. The idea that just because technology is possible, it will just naturally happen. In point of fact, the future depends on the actions of individuals and can follow wildly diverging paths depending on those actions. If John hadn't done Quake, not only gaming, but quite possibly GPUs themselves would have been very different. If Steve Jobs hadn't come back to Apple, who knows what cell phones would be like? And if Palmer Luckey hadn't prototyped the Rift, VR wouldn't be on the verge of taking off, and we wouldn't be gathered here today. But Palmer did do that, and VR is about to happen. You, likewise, have a remarkable opportunity to alter the course of the future. VR is potentially the biggest transformation in our relationship with technology, at least since the personal computer, and possibly much more. It's the completion of a path that started with the invention of language and drawing and continued with writing, printing, telephony, radio, movies, television, and computer games. VR will finally allow us to interact with information in the way we're built to interact with reality. But there is no inevitability to how that happens, how long it takes, or how it alters our lives. VR is coming, but the path it takes depends on the actions of a few thousand key people, potentially including you. That may be hard to believe, but I'm completely serious. Working on VR is probably the closest any of us will ever come to living in a science fiction novel. Having said that, this seems like a good time at which to insert the official most famous VR photo ever. Partly because this happens to be my cousin, Sally Rosenthal. But also to remind ourselves of how often VR has been touted to take off in the past, and how consistently that has failed. Why is it going to be different this time? Let's start with what Chris Anderson called the peace dividend of the smartphone war. Good enough VR requires a sizable number of aspects to be above the bar simultaneously. If even one isn't good enough, the experience just won't come together. These aspects include optics, calibration, ergonomics, rendering, and optical tracking, all of which are tractable for small teams with relatively modest budgets. But there's also a need for small, lightweight, high-resolution screens, along with tiny, accurate, high-frequency gyroscopes and accelerometers, and those are definitely not tractable without very considerable resources. No one has ever been willing to spend billions of dollars to develop those technologies just to find out if there was a VR market. But many companies have been willing to spend that kind of money in order to develop the smartphone market. Similarly, development of GPUs powerful enough to handle the warping needed to correct for fisheye lenses and to handle the heavy rendering demands of VR happened courtesy of the game industry. And tiny, inexpensive cameras were likewise developed for other purposes. The second reason is that consumer VR good enough to be broadly successful is clearly within reach. The DK2 is a big step down that path, but there's a lot more going on right now in both VR and AR, which share a lot of the same technology. Google's working on Glass, Sony's doing Morpheus, Valve's done some great prototyping work, Technical Illusions is doing Cast AR, there are many companies doing cell phone AR, and there have been hints of other major projects that are running dark. These are not isolated or wishful efforts. There's a full-on race to establish the next big platform, be it AR or VR, and a tremendous amount of horsepower is being brought to bear on optics, tracking, and small displays. VR-related technology is driving forward, and it won't be long before we have an existence proof for consumer VR. An existence proof changes everything, something I learned long ago. Back when I worked at Microsoft, I wrote what I think was my third serious software rasterizer. The key code was the texture mapping loop. just a dozen or so instructions that consume something like half the entire time when running a game. Obviously, there was tremendous leverage to removing even one instruction from the loop, so I went over the code again and again until I was sure it was completely optimized. Then, just in case I had missed something, I ran it by my friend David Stafford, a superb optimizer. David said he didn't see anything off the top of his head, but he'd think about it, and he'd let me know. When I got home that evening, there was a message from David saying he had gotten not one, but 2 instructions out of my loop. I called him back, but I couldn't get hold of him, so I started thinking about what he might have done to get those 2 instructions out. Thought about it during dinner, I thought about it while I brushed my teeth, I thought about it when I should have been sleeping. And eventually, I did manage to eliminate 1 instruction from that loop, but I just couldn't get the second one. That bothered me all night, and it bothered me the next day, right up until the moment when I got hold of David, at which point he said, "Oh, by the way, there was a bug in my code." David hadn't figured out how to get even 1 cycle out of the loop, but I had. So think about that for a second. I was sure I had an optimal solution, but just believing that someone had a better solution, even though they actually didn't, enabled me to break through my preconceptions and do something I had thought was impossible. That's how it's going to be for VR. Once great consumer VR is shown to be possible and is shipping in quantity, many companies, both hardware and software, are suddenly going to become believers. Increased competition and investment in VR will result in more innovation and better VR experiences, which will lead to broader uptake, which will lead to more investment, resulting in a virtuous cycle, just as happened with smartphones. All it will take to kick this off is consumer VR hardware enough, good enough to spur widespread adoption, and we're almost there. And then, of course, there is Facebook's $2 billion acquisition of Oculus, which guarantees that VR is going to get the resources and the runway that it needs to prove itself. So VR will have plenty of time and resources, can leverage work done for cell phones and other industries, is right on the verge of being technically good enough, and will kick off a virtuous cycle once it starts to be successful. That answers the question of why VR can be successful this time around, but it doesn't answer the question of what it is about VR that's so compelling that it will be successful. There are many possible places to start that discussion, but I think the best place to begin is with my first meeting with Mark Zuckerberg. To jump right to the punchline, no pun intended, here's how I looked the next day. I should make it clear that while this is in fact how I looked after meeting Mark, Mark had nothing to do with causing this. What's interesting, though, is what did cause it. Here's what I reconstructed after the fact. I'd been waiting for the meeting in a conference room. About 10 minutes before the meeting, I got up, left the room, walked around for a bit, then headed back. The conference room's interior wall consisted of floor-to-ceiling relights, like this, with a door at the end. Deep in thought, I walked toward the door, with the relights passing by on my right. Now, when I say deep in thought, I mean really deep in thought. I wasn't consciously paying any attention to where I was going. That doesn't mean I was wandering randomly, though. Without consciously thinking about it, I had handed navigation over to a simple processor, operating below the conscious level. The instructions for that processor were as follows. Keep walking until you come to the last rectangle on the right that has light coming through it. That will be the door, so turn right. Straightforward enough and pretty much foolproof. Unless someone had shut the door since I had left, which they had. I walked headfirst into that last relight and bounced, producing a sound a lot like a 180-pound person walking into a glass panel, which mercifully was capable of withstanding a 3-mile-per-hour impact. I think they heard me out on the 101. I quickly learned that Facebook security people are really, really good at first aid. They got the bleeding stopped quickly. I successfully told them what day it was and where I was. And the meeting went ahead without a hitch, although Mark does remind me of it every time I see him. So that's a story I can tell for the rest of my life anytime I need to embarrass myself. But it's also a nice lead-in to the core reason I think VR will actually succeed this time around, which is that VR drives the human perceptual system in the way it's built to be driven. As a result, VR can produce experiences that feel deeply real and that will result in a fundamental change in the way we interact with technology. The key to this is understanding that while we think our conscious minds experience reality, in truth, they don't interact with reality at all. What they do interact with is a hierarchy of processors that operate at an unconscious level, like the one that steered me into the relight, which then deliver their best guesses at what's out there in the real world based on the input they've received. Importantly, this data shows up as things we just know. We believe them at a deep level that's often impossible to override consciously. For instance, try to look at this slide and not see an impossible object, but rather just shapes and lines and edges with no overall structure or meaning. I bet you can't do it, because your visual system is doing that work well below the conscious level. Object identification is already complete by the time the information reaches your conscious mind, and it appears to you as something you just know with such certainty that you don't even have a way to question it. Here's another example that provides experimental evidence of how powerfully unconscious processing creates our sense of reality. Take a moment to figure out which of the on-screen images of these two spheres is larger. To be clear, I'm talking about 2D size, not 3D. To me, and to most people, it's obvious that the farther circle is larger. However, this is a scene with a number of distance cues, forced perspective, distance blur, shadows, lighting, that imply that the farther sphere, considered as an object in a 3D scene, is farther away than it would be without those cues. The farther away it is, the larger its 3D size must be relative to its size on the screen. The brain factors those cues into your perception of size long before the images reach your consciousness. In fact, as you can see here, the two 2D circles are exactly the same size. The surprising finding here is that fMRI studies show that the farther sphere has a larger projection on the visual cortex. That is to say, even in the brain's lowest level model of the image on the retina, the visual system's representation of the farther sphere is already larger than that of the closer one, long before it reaches conscious control. The visual system integrates all of the data available to it and alters the relative sizes, and that is the reality that we experience. We might as well be brains hooked up to wires in glass jars for all that we truly experience reality. Our reality is nothing more or less than the sum of the conclusions reached by a variety of unconscious processors, driven by a body's worth of sensors. Our coherent view of the world emerges from the integration of the outputs of those processors in the lower levels of our brain. That might sound obvious, but because it's perceptual, the only way to truly understand what it implies is to experience it. For me, that experience came standing on a virtual ledge in the Valve demo room. I don't like heights, and to my surprise, my knees locked up and I had the same sense of unease on that ledge as I do looking over the edge of a real cliff. Consciously, I knew I was nowhere near a drop of any kind, but enough of my unconscious processors were convinced so that I had exactly the same reaction as if I had been. I could make myself step off the ledge, but it required a lot of conscious effort, and what I couldn't do was convince my body of what I knew for a fact, which was that I was in no danger. To me, the reality was that I was standing on a ledge, regardless of what my conscious mind thought. This is what the term presence means, that your perceptual system believes the virtual experience at a fundamental level. I'd love to give you a more precise definition, but because presence is a perceptual phenomenon, all I can do is quote Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart and say, I know it when I see it. I'm sure many of you have experienced presence to at least some degree, so you'll understand how powerful it is and why it's so hard to define. And if you haven't experienced it, the Crescent Bay demo today could be an eye-opener. Unfortunately, I can't give each of you the ledge experience right this moment, but I would like to give you an example of how your perceptual system constructs reality for you. So let's take a look at something called the McGurk effect. Here we have a video of someone saying the phoneme bar.
Bar, 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 bar.
Unsurprisingly, what we hear is suppose the sound is of some visuals are of someone saying far.
Bar, 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 bar.
Astonishingly, we hear far, a sound which doesn't actually exist. In case you don't believe that the audio is actually far, let's look at another video. As this video plays, move your eyes back and forth between the two halves of the screen. As you do so, you will hear the sound change, even though the only sound in this room is bar.
Bar, 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 bar.
It's impossible to make the case that we're experiencing reality with the McGurk effect, because the sound we hear simply isn't present. Fourier analysis of the audio would really reveal no trace of the sound bar. What's happening here is that the senses, including hearing and vision, are unreliable. So the perceptual system constantly has to make clear judgments from noisy signals. And this is its best guess in this case. The sound we heard in this video was inarguably nothing more or less than a signal from the speech recognition center. No more a reflection of acoustic reality than if it was produced by applying an electrode directly to your brain. The McGurk effect is just one of a long list of visual, auditory, tactile, and kinesthetic illusions that expose the underlying mechanisms of our perceptual system. And it is those mechanisms that construct the reality we experience. If they're driven properly, as they were when I stood on that ledge, they can be made to report any reality we're capable of experiencing. And it is precisely that ability to drive the perceptual system directly that makes VR uniquely powerful and compelling. Of course, it's hard to hear that and not think of the Matrix. Maybe that's somewhere in the far future, but I don't expect anything like that in my lifetime. We don't have anything close to the understanding, let alone the technology, that would be required to make that work. What can now work is understanding the key cues and driving enough parts of the perceptual system from the outside, through the eyes, ears, skin, and so on, to create experiences that induce presence, the sense that you actually are someplace, rather than just looking at a picture of someplace. It's just barely possible right now, but that's enough. Using VR to drive the perceptual system directly is far more revolutionary than it seems. It's not just pasting up bigger and better images like a 360-degree IMAX theater. It's a difference of kind. Traditional media present images and sounds that are descriptions of experiences. Done properly, VR presents experiences directly, in the way that our bodies have evolved to accept information. If I had seen a movie of someone standing on a ledge, that would have been one thing. I would have understood what was going on, I might have had an emotional reaction and so on. But standing on a ledge in virtual reality was another matter entirely, because as far as my unconscious was concerned, it was actually happening to me. Once again, this is a perceptual matter. So it's hard to explain except by putting you in a VR headset, but think of the McGurk effect, where you experienced a sound that didn't exist, and then extrapolate that to full immersion. Or think of it as the difference between showing you this picture and letting a tiger loose in this room. I'm pretty confident I know which of those two events would more fully engage your perceptual system. The bottom line is that VR isn't just another platform, because it's information driving the perceptual system the way it's built to be driven. It's an entirely different and more powerful way to interface with information and computers than we're used to. And in a very real sense, it's the final platform, the one that wraps our senses and will ultimately be able to deliver any experience that we're capable of having. At this point, I hope I've convinced you that VR is potentially a hugely important technology that's about to become widely used. I realize, though, that some of you may be thinking that I've drunk too much of my own Kool-Aid. I'm confident that if you're still a skeptic, that's because you haven't yet experienced real presence. My prediction is that you'll retain that skepticism right up to the day you use a VR system that does induce strong presence for you and have your own ledge experience, and then you'll understand. And the Crescent Bay demo today could make that today that day. Okay, you may or may not be convinced, but it's my belief that now that VR is technically doable, economically feasible, and capable of driving the human perceptual system convincingly enough to transport you to virtual worlds, in all likelihood, VR will take off in a big way over the upcoming years. So what does that mean for you? In a word, opportunity. This is like when John and I started on Quake, but on steroids. Pretty much everything still needs to be figured out. The killer app for VR hasn't been created yet. You could be the one to come up with it and start the next great genre. Likewise, VR art, animation, and game design are ripe for invention. Even the mechanics of VR have yet to be invented. I remember when John came up with mouse look, and no one knew which way it should move your viewpoint. Strafing, HUDs, movement speeds, everything that had to be figured out for FPSs will have to be figured out again for VR, and much, much more. Consider graphics. Right now, graphics is a mature area featuring steady but incremental improvement. The graph of effort and sophistication in versus perceived result out over time looks something like this. VR is going to do this to that curve. The reason that graphics is going to have to up its game in a hurry is that because VR engages so much more of the perceptual system than a monitor does, it's held to a much higher standard. Parallax, accurate positioning, wide field of view, and stereo vision together provide vastly more information to the perceptual system, which responds very strongly to VR done right, and complains just as strongly about VR that isn't quite right. And the trick is that right now, no one knows what it is that will make VR graphics great, and many of the tried and true rules of screen graphics no longer apply in VR. For example, aliasing is much worse in VR because the aliasing mismatches between the two eyes introduce stereo disparity, which is far more apparent and disturbing than mere jaggies on a screen. This is particularly noticeable with specular highlights. Similarly, faceting is much easier to see, so geometric detail becomes more important. All the more so because tricks used to fake geometric detail often look laughably wrong. Texture maps sometimes work, but sometimes look like painted plywood, and bump map surfaces simply don't look right. What all this means is that we're all going to have to invent new rendering, art, and animation approaches that work well in VR, and rethink tool pipelines, and eventually GPU architectures to match. Graphics is also going to have to up its game because VR's rendering demands are considerable. In order to avoid blur, great VR requires strobe pixel illumination, as Brendan mentioned. Then in order to completely eliminate flicker from strobing, it requires a 90 Hz frame rate in stereo. Effectively about 6 times the rendering rate of current games. What's more, as I'll discuss shortly, those demands ramp up enormously over time. I can summarize VR graphics in 4 words: a lot more everything. We're going to need higher quality graphics, we're going to need more graphics, and we're going to need faster graphics. Hardware and software throughout the pipeline will have to change massively, causing a reevaluation of the techniques that have been worked out so carefully over the last 30 years. For a while, graphics will be the Wild West again, as a slew of experiments get run to figure out the new graphics sweet spots for the VR world. That shouldn't be surprising. It's what happens every time there's a major hardware shift. Many years ago, John noted that when the hardware platform changes, it opens up new opportunities for software, things that were simply not possible before. For example, CD-ROM drives enabled Myst, and the Wii controller enabled Wii Sports. With VR, we're about to make one of those hardware changes in a big way, and we're all going to have a crazy, exciting time over the next few years figuring out what's now possible thanks to the Rift. And it's not going to stop there. Consider how technology enabled the evolution of first-person shooters over time. Fast enough CPUs enabled Wolfenstein 3D. Faster CPUs and peer-to-peer networking enabled Doom. Still faster CPUs and the internet enabled Quake. And ever more powerful GPUs enabled Quake 2 and its successors. VR is going to be like that. Given the right combination of hardware and software, every aspect of VR will improve hugely over time. Of course, the VR platform isn't going to advance on its own. Someone has to make that happen. That someone is Oculus Research. We're putting together a broad mix of researchers, engineers, and programmers to form the first complete, well-funded VR research team in close to 20 years. We have the full backing of Oculus and Facebook for doing the deep, long-term work needed to make VR as good as it can be. Our mission is to keep advancing the VR platform so that you can develop new, great VR experiences on top of it. And we're fully aware that VR is more than just Oculus. We'll be publishing our findings and working with university researchers so the whole VR community can grow and move forward. So let's take a quick look at some of the ways in which we think we and others can make VR much better over time. Bear in mind, though, that this is research, so that there are no guarantees. Improving visual quality is the obvious place to start. The Rift DK2's resolution is about a megapixel per eye, spread over a field of view of 100 degrees, which means that the pixel density is very low indeed. Less, in fact, than the original Quake running on a monitor at 320 by 200 resolution. To get the same pixel density per degree as a modern desktop monitor, you'd need more than 50 times as many pixels, something on the order of 8K by 8K per eye. Achieving retinal resolution would require somewhere in the neighborhood of 16K by 16K. And that's with a 100-degree field of view. The full dynamic field of view of the human eye is on the order of 200 by 150 degrees, taking us to something like 32K by 24K resolution per eye. That means that eye tracking will almost certainly be a part of the future of VR. We wouldn't actually draw anything close to 32K by 24K pixels. We take advantage of the steep drop in resolution away from the fovea, the tiny high-resolution area of the retina, to render only as much resolution as the eye can detect. But, of course, we need to know where the fovea was pointed every frame, which means we'll need to integrate eye tracking with new display, optics, GPU, and rendering technology in order to make a truly great VR visual experience possible. We'll also be looking at depth of field. In order to explain this, let me define a couple of terms. The word vergence refers to how the eyes cross to provide stereo vision. The closer the object of interest, the more cross the eyes need to be. Accommodation, on the other hand, refers to how the lens of the eye deforms to allow you to focus at different distances. Most existing head-mounted displays support stereo images that allow for correct vergence, but all head-mounted displays that I'm aware of support only one focal depth for all objects in a scene, usually placing everything at near infinite focal depth. Immersion in a scene in which all objects are accommodated at infinity is not perceptually ideal, because the accommodation and vergence reflexes are linked. The lack of proper depth of field can cause discomfort, can prevent stereo fusion, and may make VR feel subtly less real. There are several possible ways in which this might be addressed, but one thing they all have in common is that they require new hardware and significant changes to the rendering model. Once the visuals are good enough, many other areas take on new importance in VR, including tracking, audio propagation and spatialization, input, user experience, haptics, and perceptual psychology. I wish I had time today to talk about the tremendous potential for all those areas in VR. But one particularly exciting area is scene capture and reconstruction. VR is going to need a great deal of realistic content, and the most promising base for that is deconstructing and reconstructing the real world. Over time, this will evolve to incorporate dynamic elements such as weather, lighting, scraps of paper blowing in the wind, cars, and, of course, people. That brings us to what I think will be the core of VR. Once we have virtual places to be in, we'll want to see ourselves and others in that space. Sensors that can capture the interpersonal cues humans key off of, head pose, eye movement, facial expression, hand gesture, body posture and movement, and then map them onto avatars in real time, will enable social interaction in these virtual spaces. Bell Labs used to talk about enabling any two people on the face of the earth to communicate, a powerful vision that has pretty much come true. Now imagine anyone on the face of the earth being able to be anywhere, with anyone, doing anything, whenever they want. Humans are highly social creatures, and I believe that sharing virtual spaces with other people will ultimately be the most powerful and widely used aspect of VR. VR is about driving the perceptual system. The more of it, the better, so eventually it will involve all the senses. Audio, tactile, balance, kinesthetic, maybe even smell and taste. The entire body will become the sensor, not just the eyes, and the display will consist of not just pixels, but of everything that drives perception. VR also includes the other part of the perceptual loop, interaction as well as sensing. So it will include the ability to manipulate the virtual world as well. Over time, VR will wrap more and more of our perceptual system and will truly become a personalized alternate reality. It'll be many years before that transformation is complete, but VR is already changing what is possible. Just as new hardware long ago enabled Myst, Doom, and Quake. Soon, there will be VR games, apps, and experiences that will revolutionize the way we interact with information and with each other. We're building the platform, but what those games, apps, and experiences will be is for you to decide. Imagine you had a pair of enchanted goggles that could teleport you to any place you could imagine. Where would you go? What would you do? It's a powerful thought, and that's exactly the magic that VR makes possible. Right now, we're at the very beginning of the VR revolution, and ahead of us lies a long, incredibly exciting time of groundbreaking research and development by smart, talented people, people like you. At Oculus, we're all in on building the VR platform, but that's only part of the picture. It takes a whole community working on top of that platform to make VR happen. This is what it looks like when opportunity knocks. I hope you'll take this rare chance to shape the future and come along on the adventure of a lifetime as we make science fiction real. Thank you. So let me just say that the energy in this room around VR is unbelievable. I never thought I would have a day like this, so it's fantastic. So to get back to the real world, be back here around 11:30 for John Carmack's talk.
around. And we still have questions, little things like when your eye does a fast saccade track from one side to the other, if it starts or ends in an area where there's actually nothing in the display, is that causing some subliminal issues for us? And I think that there would be this real benefit to having the entire screen always illuminated with some set of bands that's just kind of moving around as it goes. So that becomes step 2, a little bit more technology there. Probably still doesn't cost them a dime in terms of adding extra hardware to it. It's just going to be changes sort of in the driver chip, in the software that runs that. And I don't know. I don't have access to that level of, I don't have insight into their exact processes, but I'm guessing that that's not that bad. The third step from there, which would start deriving some really interesting benefits for us, would be if instead of saying we've got maybe a programmable mode register that says interlace by 1 through 16 levels there, if instead we make it programmable where the next line that gets scanned to the display is actually determined by the first pixel in the scan line. So at that point I could say, well, I can just in software determine whether it's a linear scan or if it interlaces in different ways, and I could simulate those two modes there. So one more step beyond that would be you add the ability to say which scan lines you turn off at it. Right now, the rolling shutter, low persistence, means it is always scanning in new things and then some amount back that's programmable by Samsung. It turns those lines off. So it's a bright band that moves through the screen. So it's always like scan line, whatever you're on, minus 200 or something is turning off. If we make that programmable then, and we have the ability to say we're scanning in line 50 and we're turning off line 20, then that opens up the possibility of dynamically changing that every frame based on the content that we're putting in there. So we can scan across in like a compute shader. As we do the time warp, we figure out what we're going to put into this scan line, histogram all of the, find at least the minimum and maximum, maybe do some fancier stuff there, but the dynamic range of what's going in that scan line. And then we normalize that to the full 0 to 255 range, so it takes the full available precision that we can put into the bytes that are going out there. And then we determine how long that line will stay visible. So it would be variable persistence based on the dynamic range of the content. This would give us two benefits. It would give us increased precision at the low end, because you could have really far more precision than the human visual system could ascertain there, because we could have a 0 to 255 level that might be turned off one scan line after, which would be 1/2000th of the frame, crazy low values there. So you could have incredibly high precision going there, but then you could also stretch the persistence all the way back up to the full level. Now, full persistence is a blurry, smeary mess like DK1, but if you're normalized to this dark room or the dark head mount display moving around, and then a line comes on full persistence, it's blinding. It's like you do go out into the sun, and you could dynamically tone map all the stuff down, adjust the exposure so that, but you could get that sense of walking out of the dark room into the sunlight, it's all blinding, and then you adapt back down. High dynamic range displays would be a wonderful thing, even for traditional displays. I mean, I've argued for a long time that high dynamic range, it's a chicken and the egg problem for content right now, where we don't have high dynamic range film capture and movie rendering, so there's not much of a call for high dynamic range home theater, but that would actually make more difference for people than a lot of what's gone into either the higher frame rate super resolution or super frame rate stuff, or higher and higher resolution. Higher dynamic range is pretty powerful. Now, this wouldn't be perfect, because if I'm looking at this and I've got these bright lights here, every strip that has a spotlight there would be normalized up to really high persistence, and then everything else would be low persistence. And I'm waving my hands about this, but I think that's doable with no additional cost to the hardware, and it would give us an element of both solving all of the other prior problems, giving us the interlace scans that we can do whatever we want, and giving us some element of higher dynamic range and higher precision on the low end. So that's my plan. I hope Samsung or anybody else listening to this can go and make that hardware happen. I don't think it's that hard, and I think it can make a big difference for us. Now, position tracking is really, I think, a harder problem. I think that the display stuff can be solved just like that. Oh, and the other great thing about that solution, because it is no additional bandwidth, it means that we follow the train to 4K displays without any interruptions. where right now, every time they get a little bit more analog bandwidth on something to be able to charge the pixels faster or whatever, they want to be able to make it, make it higher resolution, because those are the numbers that people look at. And when we talk about saying, well, we want 90 hertz displays, to some degree, we have to make a choice between resolution, using smaller chunks of screens that scan at a higher rate. But I think that the interlaced display may be the possibility that gets us state-of-the-art displays at all times without having to wait for them in some way, while also solving a lot of these other issues and avoiding the bandwidth problems. Now, I think we can prototype this where we have displays that we can reduce the line count on and overclock a bit. So what I'm trying to get some people internally to find some time to do is take some of our displays, make a 120 hertz display. So basically take something that we can clock all the way up there, whether by cutting lines off of it or actually driving the clocks higher on hand-selected parts. And if we've got that, then I can simulate exactly what an interlaced display will look like by sending two 60 hertz fields that actually have black every other row in them. And I think if we can put that together, put it in a head-mounted display and say, here it is, here's what 60 hertz regular looks like, here's what, say, 90 hertz or even 120 hertz look like, real full refresh rate, and then here's what the interlaced display looks like. And I'm betting that it's going to be at least as good as the 90 hertz. It's obviously always better to have all the pixels all the time and get 120, but if we can have the 120 solve all the field division problems and the issues with pull-up, pull-down on the judder rates and get it with no additional bandwidth, it would be a huge win. So there's some effort underway that I'm trying to get that work done because, again, I think that'll be really pretty important. For the position tracking, I do think that's the harder problem, and I've got a scheme for this too, but it's even more hand-wavy about, it may or may not work. I'm confident that that interlace stuff will work out. So for position tracking, the people that have been doing this, like the Valve team and Dov and the team here at Oculus, it's a significant, challenging undertaking. And again, when you come back to saying it's not just like every little demo you've seen of somebody looking around in something, seeing tracking dots on the world or whatever, but doing it with a sub-millimeter accuracy and without any judder, it's hard. The phones today really are powerful enough that we could run similar calculations. It would reduce battery life and runtime and thermal problems and all that, but it could, in theory, be run there if you had the same external camera. But really, what we all want from this VR system is the thing that you've got on your head that you can look around and you're not tied to anything, whether it's no cameras, no external cables, anything like that. You wanted something done with the inside-out tracking. Now, probably everybody's seen demos of the SLAM work where people have an inside-out camera and it looks like it's working going around, but none of us have yet seen something that really works that well in a completely unstructured environment at the refresh rates and precision and things that we need for this. It may be that somebody's done it, but we keep getting pointed to things that people think will work, and they're just not quite there in terms of everything that we need. So, like with so many things, when you're presented with a really hard problem, and the way to address it often is to figure out how to make it not such a hard problem. Basically how to cheat, and that's not always looked at as and we have some of this at Oculus where the fact that we know how to do it really right, we have the pure way of doing it. Arguing sometimes for something that's not quite as pure is sometimes a little bit of a battle where should we just wait until we can do the purely right thing? But I think that there is a middle ground on this that can provide many of the benefits where the hard problem to be solved right now is a 6 degree of freedom problem. It's finding where you are relative to a specific point, and this is sub-millimeter precision. It's really hard. And you wind up using that, you coast on your IMU integration and everything in between that, but you have this continuous, absolute sense of where you are relative to the camera and then relative to the world around you. And that's a wonderful thing, but what we need out of the position tracking is really not so much this absolute reference to the world. What we need it to do is be close enough to what you're seeing from the headset's point of view, not so much relative to the rest of the world. Now, what we've been doing with sensor fusion and the basic IMU stuff since DK1 is taking relative sensors. The rate gyros, they don't tell you which way you're pointing. They tell you how fast you're turning. And we integrate these and we do all the sensor fusion stuff to basically say, well, they're not telling us where we're pointed, which is what we really want, but we keep track of it, of all the turns that we think that we've made, and we fuse it with some other sensor data, and we wind up with this estimate of where we're pointing. And we use the accelerometers to correct tilt up to this for gravity. We use a magnetometer to correct yaw relative to this. But there's still approximations, and you're not within a couple degrees of dead solid accurate with this, but it still works pretty well. And I think it's possible to do a similar thing with the position tracking, where if we don't care about absolute knowledge, saying that I am 57.2 millimeters from the camera, and I've translated 2.7 millimeters since the previous update. If we give up on that and say all that we really need to know is relative velocity, basically camera space relative velocity, that's turning a 6 degree of freedom problem into a 3 degree of freedom problem, and it winds up being something that is potentially a whole lot smoother. So this is where I have a little bit of effort on going to this, where I think that I can make this relative motion sensor and make that work conceivably on the mobile systems within our sort of power and graphics budgets and the things that we need to do there. But that's a lot of hand waving. I'm hoping to be able to have some kind of an existence proof on that within the next couple months, as soon as I can pull away from the crunch of shipping actually shipping the first generation product and start working on what goes into the kind of the generations after that. No guarantees that's going to work out. There are fallback plans there are other sensor technologies that can be used. We have, Qualcomm's hard at work trying to make their technologies work better for this. Early on, I did use Qualcomm's Vuforia augmented reality platform to do a basic set of motion tracking on mobile, and that's something that lots of people will probably be trying to do this, because you can go get it. It's kind of fun to integrate. It's not close to working well enough, both because of the accuracy, there's jitter involved in there, and the basic way that works, the standard Android camera interface gives you this 30 hertz camera, which is lots of smear and blur. That was never going to work out well. But we do have, one of the things that Samsung's done for us is given us a path to get 120 hertz camera updates, which does wonders for anything that you're trying to do vision-wise. 30 hertz is almost impossible with the amount of smear that it has. But at 120 hertz, you're looking at pretty good images that are pretty reasonable for analysis. So if Qualcomm or somebody else comes up with some magic that lets us work with that, there might be intermediate things, like if you could have one marker in front of you, it could even be like a little unfoldable placemat or something. That might provide an absolute frame of reference, and if you move around and come back to it, it might work out okay. So those are the two Achilles heels of mobile right now. The low persistence video at 60 hertz can cause flicker, and the lack of position tracking can cause discomfort, depending on how you move around. But that brings us to the things that are actually really awesome about the mobile experience. And some of these are things that you really don't appreciate until you've really experienced them. You might not be thinking about them and why it makes it so great. But like Brendan mentioned, the ability to have the headset and just hand it around to people, to just say, here, try this, rather than bringing someone into your VR lair and hooking them up with all the wires and everything. It's a different experience. You just can carry it around with you and show it to people. And it's that has a power to it that you don't see, that the kind of casualness of it, and the treating VR like you treat a tablet rather than like you treat this experience that you're setting out to go undertake. So there's an important aspect to things like that. One of the obvious ones is the fact that with no wires on you, you can turn completely around 360 degrees and you can keep turning. And this sounds like a really trivial thing, but being able to play a game, again, like Brendan says, we never talk about standing, but if you can play a game on your, like on a swivel chair, you can sit there. And no, I mean, you laugh, but this is a bigger deal than it probably sounds like at the beginning, because one of the core comfort problems we've got with navigation, and even with all the stuff Brendan talked about, all the magic that we've got now, and everything we even know how to do in the future, it doesn't solve the yaw navigation problem, where if you're sitting there and you stick yaw and the whole world spins around you, it doesn't matter if we nail everything else, that is still sickness-inducing. It is still one of the hardest things. And few people can sit and play Half-Life 2 for a couple hours, playing the game like that, because it is hard. And yes, we'll find some people that can steel their stomachs and push themselves through it there, but that is clearly not the comfortable experience that we've been talking about that we want people to get in VR. But if you want to explore the world, if you can do the turning in the real world, whether by literally doing this or spinning around in your chair, and all you do is go forward and backwards. Yes, every change in velocity is a little lurch. It's a little punch in the gut, but the continuous yawing, that's the really bad news part of it. So if you turn and all you do is go forward and backwards, and as should be drilled into every developer now from all of our best practices, you don't want to ramp up the speed. You want to jump to the speed, be at that speed, and then jump out of that speed. With that, you can explore the virtual worlds the way people always want to. And even we've been building all these things with seated experiences, or the things where you really don't navigate around and you have neat stuff around you, and that's all great. There's a lot of things that we can do, but after the 50th turret shooter game, I think that the genre is going to get kind of tapped out, and we're going to be wanting to do different things. And even in our things like the theater, it's the magic of VR is seeing this place, believing it, then wanting to explore it. In our theater models, you see when the lights come up and you see down there, I want to go down and see what's around the corner there. I want to explore the virtual world. I don't want it to just be this shell around me. So I am very excited about the possibility of people building games that involve navigation that take advantage of saying that, well, okay, we'll still have a stick yaw, so if you're sitting in your easy chair recliner and you can't rotate around, then you'll have to do it like this and it's going to be uncomfortable. But if you can sit in a swivel chair and move around, you can probably play for an extended period of time, explore the world, and do the things that people have always really been wanting to in VR. So I think it sounds like a trivial thing, but I think that swivel chair VR is going to be a kind of a big deal for writing a lot of those experiences that people want to see. So the Gear VR, as it turned out right now, is pretty good. I hope everybody gets a chance to take a look at what we're showing at the demo. Some of the things that I want to point out in particular, so the resolution of the panel is the big thing to sort of crow about on Gear VR, where it is a 2560 by 1440 display on the Note 4. So this is significantly higher resolution than DK2. So it's everybody that complains about resolution, it's still not solved. Like Michael said, we are at this very, very low end of the resolution. We need orders of magnitude more to really get to this Retina class display. But doubling the resolution is a damn good thing. It helps a whole lot. Most of the stuff in mobile we render at still a fairly conservative kind of eye texture target size. The default, if nobody changes it, is only 1K by 1K. So we render 1 megapixel per eye, which is less than the number of pixels on the display. So they get stretched up and distorted onto it. But that's usually the right trade-off. You can render more, but mobile runs out of juice on the GPU or runs out of power earlier. And it's a good trade-off. And in fact, one of the tragic mistakes that happens to a lot of Rift demos and games is through miscalibration of the eye relief and using what the SDK returns to you. A lot of demos, when we see that have tragic performance, are because they're rendering at some ridiculous resolution, like 1800 or 2K on some eye, because if your eye is jammed that close, that's what the center pixel, the next pixel step would ask for, and that's never the right thing for anybody. I've argued that we should have conservative defaults on the PC as well, just to prevent that all too common mistake from happening. So the 1440 display doesn't actually help all that much if you don't change the size of the eye buffer. And we had, when we migrated from the 1080p to the 1440 display there, the thing people commented about was better pixel fill. Even if there were no new pixels sent to it, it looked better just because the pixels were smaller and they filled out the area a little bit more. But we do have some applications that take full advantage of the display resolution. And the way this happens is, instead of rendering to the eye buffer, then distorting that eye buffer onto the screen, there are a certain class of things that I call overlay effects in the mobile SDK, where we can have the normal display that's rendered at, say, 1K that's stretched around, and then we can sample some analytically specified things. And currently it's either a quad in the world in anywhere in full perspective or a cube map surrounding it. And we can sample those textures directly, which make them completely independent of the resolution used for the normal eye buffer. So this means that the movie theater screens are rendered at the full resolution of the screen, which is still not what you'd want because it's a 2560 cut in half, each side is 1280 by 1440, and you don't usually watch a movie theater at the full 90-degree field of view. It's pulled in. So you wind up with, your movie screen resolution there might still only be 960 by something, which doesn't sound good relative to, high-end stuff, but it's still a lot better than what you've seen in VR so far. But kind of the more exciting for me application was the panoramic stills. I think we call it pano photos or whatever it is in the current setup. But we have 200 photos that we licensed from 360 cities. And one of the real eye-opening things for me this last year was seeing how much really amazingly beautiful panoramic photography there is out there. Now, everybody's looked at a pano photo on their computer or tablet, and it's just not a good experience. I mean, you can swipe around and zoom in, and it's a gimmick that's a little bit interesting to look at, but it doesn't really deliver anything. Looking at them in the VR space it's a completely different thing. I think it's going to totally legitimize that entire field of photography in a way that it hasn't been before. But so for these particular images, we curated out 200 images. I resampled them to exactly the right resolution for this, and then they are displayed with this time warp overlay shader, which means that these are drawn at just about the best possible display presentation that you could get from this. So the resolution that I wound up using was 1536 by 1536 cube maps, and that winds up being me rounding to a power of 2 or multiple of a power of 2 for probably no good reason right now. And you can think 1500 or 1600 cube maps as the side there. And that's based on making about the middle 40% or so of the view not have any MIP mapping, and then fading to the MIP map as it goes out for the distortion there. So in the center of the screen, you've got very close to a one-to-one mapping from that image to what you're displaying. And they look really good. There's a lot of times when we've seen people that get into some of that and are just looking through all the photos, and it is such a dramatically different experience than looking at those same photos on your computer. But it's the best demonstration of the resolution of this device that we've got. So I hope everybody can take a little look at that and just see what this is, kind of the peak display quality. The other thing I'm doing on there is it's all gamma correct on the refiltering, so it's sRGB setup, which still costs you a little bit on mobile and usually isn't worth that much. You kind of have to search for the best cases that show off why there's any value there. But in showing the static photos there, it does have a little bit of extra value. And I wanted to just kind of nail this just about as perfectly as possible as the example of, here's what we can deliver on the display. So what you want to then imagine from that is saying, look at the panoramic videos or the stereoscopic panoramic videos and say, well, these are at much lower resolutions for a number of reasons I'll get into. And where we want to be is to have that full quality of the static images, but have that then be stereoscopic motion from there. And one of the things that really made me think that I had crossed an important threshold is we have Seneca, one of our fantastic artists that work on all these things. He's usually down on all this stuff. He's not one of the magic of VR people there, and he'll be complaining about the blur and the quality and the filtering. And he had looked at a bunch of the panoramas and just like, nah, kind of blurry, not that good looking. And finally, when he said that the final version of this overlay shader stuff with the pre-sampled stuff, it's like, yeah, that looks pretty good. I think there's a threshold that had been crossed where it's considered acceptable even to somebody that's really picky and is probably going to be, past any necessary threshold for kind of the general public there. So the other things that we'll see on the other things you need to check out on Gear VR is the panoramic stereoscopic videos. And this was one of those things that there were significant debate over whether such things should even be condoned internally, let alone promoted. And the reasons for this are stereoscopic panoramas, whether still or videos, are absolutely a hack. We know what right is and this isn't right. What they wind up doing is You know, you've got slices taken from multiple cameras, so straight ahead, it's the proper stereo for, you know, for a pair of eyes, and then, you know, over here, it's proper for this. But that means that if you're looking at what was right for the eyes over here, but you're looking at it out of the corner of your eye over here, it's definitely not right. It's not the right disparity for the eyes. And then even worse, if you turn your head like this, it gets all kind of bad because it's set up just for the eyes straight ahead. So this was an interesting thing. We've got this stuff where we basically know in some ways this can be poison. This can be a really bad experience if people, you know, spend a lot of time slouched over like this. But the argument is that people do watch 3D movies in theaters that have the same problem. If you turn your head sideways in a 3D movie, you're seeing the wrong things. It's worse in VR when that consumes your entire field of view, but there's still the argument that people do accept these partial steps. And this is a struggle inside Oculus because, again, we know what right is. We know how to do right, and we're working on doing right. Is there value in taking intermediate steps and accepting something that we know isn't right? And the final conclusion was that, yes, this is one of the things that people reacted very powerfully to. And we started off with some early panoramic videos that we had gotten from different places. And one of my big successes this last year was, again, getting more people to do 60 frames per second panoramic captures rather than 30. Because a lot of stuff was based on GoPro rigs, and you've got, you know, there's all V-Sync issues and different camera capture stuff. It's the Wild West right now in capture for panoramas, and I think that's going to be exciting to see what happens over the next year because this is going to be a pretty big thing. But once you get to the 60 frames per second, you can have like the moving tours through things. You can have the helicopter rides, and they look really good. The motion is great, low persistence, and everything's good there. But a normal panorama, like a normal panoramic photo, everything's at infinity. There's no sense of near-field objects. And there's a lot of wonderful, artistic, good-looking things like that, but it's not that sense of, you know, of presence directly. The stereoscopic panoramic videos, under the right conditions, you know, under the conditions of you still have no sense of translation, you'd better not turn your head sideways, it's best if you're focusing on straight ahead, but they can deliver that sense of something's right there. And I was extremely impressed by the Felix and Paul videos that they've done, the Patrick Watson Stranger, and so Oculus and Samsung contracted them to do the out-of-box experience video for Gear VR. And it has scenes that were shot in a few places, and they worked with another company to do some CG scenes set up for this stereo panoramic video. And it turns out to be really pretty impressive, and that was what we want everybody to experience the first time they put it on their head. It's got scenes that are coming from the real world, coming from synthetic things, and they have that sense that you really are kind of there, the real world is still more complicated than anything we synthesize, even on the most high-end systems in real time. So there are going to be large sets of things that, even on these crazy high-end PC systems, we still cannot convincingly simulate. This room, with all these hundreds of people here, this is not something that we can make a plausible, real-world quality simulation on, even on the highest-end GPU. So there are all these things that people would like to be recording. And one of the things that really was one of my high points of this project here was seeing Felix and Paul had Cirque du Soleil take some of their props for one of their shows, and they built a little VR-specific skit for this. And they had, you know, performers coming onto your side, something going on in front of you, and they're talking to you with positional audio. So you wind up looking over to them. And this is something that's showing the barest beginnings of the hints of the artistry that's going to be brought to bear. So I do think that this type of thing, that the panoramic videos, is going to be a big part of the Gear VR and eventually VR in general, because I think it can do a lot of things that we still can't simulate. So if we go back to, so this all started a little over a year ago, when I first came to decided that I was going to go full-time at Oculus, or when I was first coming down to talk about this, we knew everything that was going on we had HD, DK at that time. DK2 was not really even a gleam in terms of what it was going to be, because we didn't have the deal with Samsung going yet, all these different things for the displays. But one of the things that most excited me at that first meeting was learning that So Brendan was going to Samsung all the time we want OLED displays. Everybody knew we wanted OLED displays because initially, just because super fast pixel switching, no blurry switch, and then as everybody grew to understand the importance of low persistence from Valve's work, that became the display technology we wanted. And the way Brendan told the story to me when I was first getting there was, he's going there trying to kind of get the buy-in on selling screens to Oculus, and he's not exactly getting everywhere that he wants to go with Samsung there. But then one of the Samsung people sort of pulled him aside and said, well, we'd also like to talk to you about this. And they pulled out the first of that little 3D printed phone holder that was something that they had been working on, and they had decided that they wanted to work with Oculus on it. So I got to see that first little demo that Samsung had put together, and it was what you'd expect. It's a phone holder like Cardboard or like VR2Go before that, or like other projects that's been done. And it was a for me because I remember a couple years previously when I was first starting all this VR stuff, one of the things that I got was the little drop-in ViewMaster looking thing, stick your thumbs up there. And of course it was terrible, but when I looked at that, I saw it doesn't have to be terrible. There are all these straightforward things, and I almost drafted up a big email to Hasbro at the time about these are the things that you need to do to fix this experience. It could be really cool. And I was doing that at that time with all sorts of companies, but so when I saw the Samsung project there, I looked at that, and of course their first demo was, well, their first demo showed why they came to Oculus about it. It was just not it was not a compelling experience in any way, but it had all those problems that I had seen in these aspects before it. But it doesn't have to be like that, because what we're looking at, all the Rifts are really, it's a display that could be driven whether it's by a PC or by an Android GPU, and the sensors are similar between what we've got in the phones there. It should be much better. And I looked at that and said, this is a challenge that I know what to do on this, and I think it can be really important. And that was really one of the large motivators for me wanting to go all in with Oculus, where, all the stuff at the high level is interesting, but a lot of the action happens at the lower end of things. Historically, through all sorts of technologies there, it isn't the bespoke, super high-end thing that winds up changing the world. It's the thing that everybody carries around with them and that everybody winds up having. And I'm dead serious about wanting to see 1 billion people with VR, and I think a lot of that's going to come from sort of raiding the low-cost parts bins there, from cell phone type technology, where it's great to have a range. You want to be able to have, it saddens me that there's not a greater range in computing now. People talk about how the greatest phone that you can buy is one that probably most people have here, irrespective of money. You can't spend 10 times as much and get a significantly better device. It's great that we've got high-end triple GeForce crazy platforms that we can run these incredible high-end experiences on. I wish there was even more that you could get. You can't go out and buy Silicon Graphics Infinite Realities and spend $250,000 like you could in the 90s back in the old days. The best stuff you can buy is gaming rigs, and that's great. But at the low end, it's still possible to do a lot of these things, because to say the mobile phones are really quite powerful now. The Note 4 is at least arguably the most powerful cell phone. I'm sure I could write a benchmark that could win relative to something else, but they're all incredibly powerful, and they're much more powerful than video game systems from not that long ago. Yes, you'll keep hearing the marketing hype about when they're as good as the current generation or previous generation of consoles, and that's usually overblown for some specific technical reasons that I'll get into a bit later. But in any case, they can run some pretty good experiences, and it is an insult to the games of 15 years ago to say that you can't do anything great unless you've got all the power of a modern PC. It's just not true. But so I was excited about this project. We undertook to go work on this, but there was at the beginning this sense that, okay, yeah, we are hedging our bets a little bit on this experience. We can't do really great games. Maybe it needs to be a more media-focused experience there, that we need to target these things. And the other logic behind that was, anytime you're launching a new platform, you need to think about what are people going to be able to do after they play your out-of-box demo and whatever you include with it. What do they do on day 2 and day 3? You need to have some way to have enough bulk in the catalog there. So there was a lot of focus early on about movie viewing and looking at other ways that we can take advantage of existing data sets. You know, we had a music visualizer, but we've got a couple other partners now that are working on music visualizers, so we kind of dropped that work. We have a great arcade emulator that we struggled through a whole bunch of licensing stuff, but I think it's all worked out now, so work's going on ongoing about that. But ways to use existing things while the VR ecosystem can develop sort of the from-scratch games. So there was, from the beginning, this little sense that it was going to be a little more media-focused than what we've done on the PC. But so that drove us into a lot of research on the video playbacks and different things like that. But the core thing, once we took this not very great experience, and anybody, you can go get essentially the same experience where, really Google Cardboard is better than what the first cut of the stuff from Samsung was like. And by the way, I think Google Cardboard is a wonderful thing. I think that it's been great for Oculus and for VR for Google to have done that, where I think it was a very wise choice to position this and actually make it out of cardboard so people will not judge it too harshly. And we fret about this all the time at Oculus, about when can we stop calling things developer kits or innovator editions because people will judge us as a consumer product. And it's a common topic there. I thought cardboard was really kind of a brilliant way to sidestep all of that and not have people judge Google too harshly for what it was. But I think it's a great thing, and it shows what you can do just dropping the cell phone in there. But that's using the cell phone sensors, and it's going through the standard Android systems. So identifying the key reasons, why is that not as good as what you see on DK2 or even DK1 for that matter? And that was what I really spent the last year, identifying what those problems are and then figuring out how to get them fixed. And for the first 6 months of it, it was me alone in my carriage house doing all of this work in my home office there. And then finally, 6 months later, we pulled more people onto the project and we started kind of professionalizing the effort. But the way the work went, the first thing before I got there, Oculus had done, the internal team had done a little bit of effort and said, well, okay, cell phone sensors are just not nearly as good. So they made a little printed housing and they glued on a DK1 sensor there and went through and got that going through the USB subsystems. And it turns out that doesn't actually help much. That can help with the quality of the calibration because essentially, internally, some cell phones use the exact same sensor. They're just really not calibrated as well. They're not driven over the same buses. They can't communicate as well. A lot of those details, which now everybody can poke through the firmware and see some of those things. But you will often find the same sensor inside some phones. I don't know exactly whether Samsung had those ones, but generally in Android, you're limited to 100 hertz updates, which adds, a jitter of up to 10 milliseconds before you get it from, if you have an impulse right at the beginning of that. And the better calibration keeps it from drifting off too much. But that still wasn't really the killer. That wasn't the reason why these things don't work. The biggest thing, once I started looking at the problem and poking at Android a little bit, and this was all brand new to me, where I had taken a brief look at Android maybe 3 or 4 years ago when I was doing iOS development, and looked at that and it's like, oh, that's going to be a mess, all the fragmentation, and I backed away from it. So this was my first real working with Android, and and it's not. I've got a lot of negative things to say about some of the Android development experience, but some of them are fundamental. They're having a market that is as large and fragmented as what they are, and having to support all that makes it hard. The reason this project was kind of nice because we had a tight relationship with Samsung, and we're targeting one device. So the real hell of Android development is completely bypassed. It might as well be a console in terms of targeting one specific device there. So that's a really good thing. But after writing my first rotating triangle in Android and starting to make timings about that, it became clear that the biggest problem on the latency was that Android by default triple buffers all the graphics. So you render something, if you're pushing all the frames out, you might have 2 whole frames buffered up, and you could be 48 milliseconds behind if you're rendering something really simple. So that was a huge problem. We've got this 20 millisecond bogey that we want to be under. We want to be under 20 milliseconds, motions to photons, and here you are saying, well, it can take up to 48 milliseconds before your pixel even gets to the display scan out for getting the things before and after that. And that's why most of these little experiences, that's the largest reason why they're not very good. So Samsung's suggestion on there is like, well, we can probably hack things to turn that into double buffering, and that can save 1 frame off, but that's still not good enough. So what I was pushing for is saying, what I want is give me the front buffer. Don't swap at all. Just say, this is the buffer that's being scanned out. One of the reasons that that's at all practical on Android is that PCs, everybody thinks about it as a straight raster. It starts at the beginning, scans down. Those are the pixels that you get out. Mobile, for power reasons, actually has this hardware composer layer where it's kind of like a compositor that happens on your Aero or Mac desktop there, but it happens completely in hardware for a limited set of things. So they can be compositing up to like 4 images together with various transformations. It's not a full-fledged GPU. It's mostly more like a blitter. But it allows you to have an image that might be changing in memory overlaid with other things so it doesn't completely break the experience and make all of Android unusable there. So I was arguing, I want this front buffer support. I will time it myself. All of these displays, the cell phone displays, the way they're inserted into Gear VR, it scans from the left to the right. All of these displays are actually portrait displays. Unlike DK1, which really was a landscape display that scanned down there, DK2 and Gear VR are portrait modes, and we turn them sideways. Now, unfortunately, Gear VR scans left to right, and DK2 scans right to left, which I'm sure is going to cause some low-level confusions as we merge lower-level utilities between things. But what I was saying is like, okay, I'll get the timing. I'll draw the right eye while the left eye is scanning out. I'll draw the left eye while the right eye is scanning out. And this did not go over well. This is the type of thing that people from back in the 80s, if you're an Amiga or Atari programmer or something, this is the kind of stuff you do all the time. Of you go and you figure out where the raster is, you change stuff right ahead of it, you change your color palettes or whatever. But this is a mode of game programming or development that's really gone out of fashion in recent decades. We haven't had that in a very long time, and so that was not going over well. And I wrote many, like at least 4 long screeds about here is the problem, this is why the problem exists, this is why this solution will solve this problem, this is why your proposed solution will not solve it as well. Can we please do this? And it was, it was a brick wall for like over and over. And when we finally got Max on board, he heard me just going on about this. It's like, why can't we get this going? I don't want to write another email about this. So the fortuitous thing that happened was the first platform that I was developing on for this was actually an Imagination Technologies based Galaxy S4. And from the awesome thing about Android development is that the source code's out there. It's not the source of what's on your phone, but the fact that the Android open source project, you can go and find out how the buffer queues and how the surface textures and all this stuff actually works. So I spent a lot of time reading Google's source code, finding out how some of these things work. And I tried a few really, really ugly things with the buffer chains on that particular device, where things like I would go ahead and pull a buffer out, bind OpenGL to it, then push it back and swap the buffer once. And this combination of things that should not have been allowed, it should have been illegal, but it wound up swapping the buffer that I was drawing on onto the front buffer, and I never called swap buffers again, and I was golden. So it allowed me to demonstrate the existence proof of this. Then I had a device where I could say, here, look at this, 48 milliseconds gone. This is so much better. And it's easy to argue against an email when it's trying to convince you to do something you really don't want to do for whatever reasons. But it's much harder to make that argument when you can have the two things, stick them on your face, and tell me this isn't worth doing. And that was a critical moment. That was the ice was broken, and Samsung made a nice interface for it that worked across all the other phones. And after that, Samsung got me crazy things. I mean, things I would never have thought that I would have gotten out of Samsung before that. So there's an interesting aspect of this, though, is that hack that I didn't work on any of the other phones. The the Adrenos or like the Tegra dev kit that I was trying with, it only worked on that phone. So I've got this little creeping fear that, like, what would have happened if I hadn't been using that phone, if I had never been able to make that ugly hack that would have convinced them? I think Gear VR would have been a very different product right now, because all of these cool things that I got happening might not have happened at all. So I think I've got that same situation now with Samsung hardware, where they're completely separate divisions here. So the software side, they now believe in my judgment on these things, and they will go and do useful things. The hardware team doesn't yet, so I'm hoping that I've got that icebreaker is going to be that interlace display, that if I can get them, give me two-way interlace, and it's going to win big. And the other argument that I make for them is like, okay, still, all these people, you don't care anything about VR. What the other thing you can do with that is all of your cameras are capturing now at 120 or 240 frames per second, and right now you just use that for slow motion. But if you make interlace low persistence display, you can play back 120 hertz for like hyper-real playback that you can't get on any other platform. So that's one of my other wedges that I'm trying to get in there. It's like, and I think it's going to be the same thing. I get the one breakthrough, and then I can convince them to do the other crazy stuff with variable persistence and dynamic scanning and all that. So that's my experience kind of with working with Samsung through this stuff, where there was the feeling out period where there's a lot of skepticism and reticence to change some of these things, because they're going to have to maintain this across all their phones, regardless of whether they're VR based, and there's reasons why they don't want to go do crazy different things in there. But once the ice is broken and everybody believed in the product, and both inside Oculus and inside Samsung, there was this period where there were skeptics that didn't think this was ever going to work out well, people that really weren't behind the project. But as it all came together and it became clear that, yeah, it actually is going to work out, and it actually is going to be good, then it's a positive cycle there where you wind up saying, well, more people get buy-in, you get more stuff done, and it makes it even better. So again, in the end, I think it turned out, and it was really a pretty good thing. So the next major challenge, the thing that happened in the big education process with Android, was the CPU clocks and power management, where so I started off, I got the front buffer stuff, I've got low latency here, and now I'm trying to make some applications for this. So I start off working with basically Tuscany, the Oculus World demo, and I'm going through making it faster, doing all the normal, the stuff I've been doing for decades. Here's how you just make graphics faster. You set up the batches, operate more efficiently, doing all this. And I was making some panoramic video players and all the different stuff. But what I was seeing when I'm syncing this stuff to the front buffer myself is it would still be kind of glitchy. It would still have these regular glitches, and it just wouldn't be as stable as I wanted. And it was so frustrating because I'd go and optimize the hell out of something. I'd make it a lot faster. I'd cut out triangles. I'd cull things, make the CPU and GPU, and everything should get faster. And then it still winds up hitching occasionally. And I'd be looking at some of these videos that were playing back in 57 frames per second. What's the problem with this? And then I found by accident one time that if I was resting my finger on the display screen, it played back perfectly smoothly. Like, what the hell? And there was even a point there where we had a little discussion about how we could make a good demo. Palmer mentioned that if you put a little lithium-ion battery cell on a capacitive touch screen, it registers as a touch. So it was like, well, maybe we'll make one of our little drop-in headsets with a little battery right there to always get onto this. But finally, I got someone at Google to educate me a little bit about what's going on here. And this is all of the dynamic frequency and power management stuff that goes on with Android. So power is a big, big deal in mobile. It determines your battery life, and that's one of the big things that people make phone buying decisions based on. So they go to great lengths to try to minimize the amount of power that they burn. And one of the tools that they have, the biggest tool in saving power is always do less work, write more code. But you can't, there's millions and millions and millions of lines of code, and a lot of it's Java going through all the Android systems. So it's hard to just say optimize all of this stuff. But one of the things that they can do is they monitor how much CPU you're using, and they also do this on the GPU. And if it looks like you're not using most of the GPU, they can turn the clock down. So one of the aspects of the way all of these systems on chips work is that they've got a maximum clock rate, and the lower you can clock them for the same amount of work, the more power efficient it will be. If you've got something which takes 1 billion operations a second, and you clock it at 1 gigahertz, it will use about 25% less power than if it was clocked at 2 gigahertz and it slept half the time. In an ideal world, you have your maximum clock rate, you sleep when you're not busy, and it all works out. But the reality is that you can save power. Going fast costs power. That's why we've got the big fans and heat sinks on the high-end PC rigs. So what was happening is that I'm timing everything now for drawing to the front buffer, which means I work out what the VSync timing is, and I sleep until a particular point right before wherever it is on the screen that I want to draw. So I would be doing some work, and then I would sleep for a while. So it's watching activity. It's watching and saying, well, you're sleeping X% of the time. That means I can turn the clock down a little bit. But what that means is, as soon as you miss a little bit, so I'm going 60 frames per second, they're turning the clock down, something hiccups, and I drop over, and now I drop to 30 frames per second, which meant that I'm sleeping a whole lot more. So then it says, oh, you're using even less of the CPU, so I can turn the clock down even more. So it winds up being just too slow processing, and that was a big problem, because it's something like, how do you optimize for this when the better you optimize, the more they hamstring you for it? So one of the other really big deal concessions from Samsung was the ability to let us lock clock rates on Gear VR. Now, this is something there were subtleties to this, where the first cut that we had on it was basically setting a minimum clock rate. So it would set, you could say, well, I want a minimum of 1.2 gigahertz, but they would still dynamically watch this and ramp up. Now, when we got that out to some developers, and we'd say, okay, you want to try to make yourself work within the lower clock rates, it was hard to tell whether you were working there, because if you were a Unity app that's using pretty much all of 2 cores to run all of this stuff, and you say, well, I'm going to try running at 1 gigahertz. You set it there, it starts out at 1 gigahertz, it hitches for a little bit, and then it's brought the clocks all the way back up to 2 gigahertz or something there, and you're burning all that power. What we finally did settle on in the latest builds, and most even the developers that have been working on this don't have the latest builds and everything going into it, is a real locked clock rate, where you set this and it's just like having an old computer at a fixed specific clock rate. But the other aspect of this that was not obvious at the time was the importance of thermal management, where on PCs, again, you've got fans and heat sinks, and you can burn hundreds of watts doing all of this. On mobile, you're burning just a couple watts, but a lot of that energy winds up being waste heat that stays in the handset. Now, there are a couple aspects to this. If you get things hot enough, you've probably felt a phone that's kind of warm to the touch. There are all the policy things about how hot is too hot. You're not actually going to burn yourself, but they can be pretty warm, and there are internal battles in Samsung about exactly what is acceptable there. And the health and safety people will say some small number. The VR people will say we need some much higher number, because if you pick that small number, you're just going to clock down almost immediately. Because what happens is when you use one of these processors and you actually load it, you draw a lot of graphics, you use a lot of CPU, it's soaking up these watts and it's heating up relatively quickly, and it'll eventually hit a thermal limiter where it will start saying clocking, reducing the clocks. So if you've built your game, you've optimized it for a specific clock rate, and it starts clocking it down, well, you can expect the VR experience is going to get terrible, more so than in a traditional game where dropping a frame is not that big of a deal. In VR, it means we wind up with judder, and we have problems with all this, and it's a real big deal. So what we have now is the ability to choose a balance. You get to pick your balance between CPU and GPU power. And so this is actually pretty nice, where you have a matrix of 4x4 values where you can say, I need a lot of CPU, but not necessarily much GPU. And there's about a factor of 2 difference between this. It runs something from a little under 1 gigahertz to 1.8 gigahertz on the CPU, and I think we go from 240 to 600 on the GPU. And you're not even allowed to choose max in both. Now, the device can run that way, it just won't run that way for long. I think that if you look at the specs on these devices, it's like 2.5 gigahertz 4-core processors with a 600 megahertz GPU. Clock for clock, they're not as good as an Intel processor, and some of the other ARM ones are significantly worse than that. But still, it's pretty powerful. But if you spin up a 4-thread program with the GPU running there, and you turn on the camera and Wi-Fi, and decode a video in the background, you'll overheat in like 20 seconds or something. It will just, it'll suck all that power in, it overheats, and it shuts things down. So it's a real issue, and this is something that we're still not exactly sure what our messaging is going to be on this, where some applications, cinema obviously has to be able to run steady state for 2 hours. You need to be able to watch a full-length movie in it, which means that it uses hardly any CPU. It's on the minimum CPU setting because it's not calculating anything. It's decoding a video that's going up there. But it does come into, it's got some reasonably heavyweight graphics going on. It's using the overlay plane technology to get the super resolution on the video. It's doing dynamic lighting on all the world around it, and that becomes a little dicey. We find out, okay, we can just barely fit within the 380 megahertz level there. But we do wind up now having a floating screen option where you just can have the screen floating in black, which saves a ton of power, but also allows you to do things like watch a video on the ceiling or something, or lay down sideways in something that, it's worth noting that some people said, well, can't we just rotate the theater or something there? And that was one of those clear misunderstanding about the whole VR experience, where if you have your up vector in the virtual world and it's not also your physical up vector, that's breaking what we want to try to accomplish in VR. And so this balance is going to be an important thing for developers to be finding, and in some cases it may mean making concessions on your graphics, but there's probably going to be a space for games that are really pushing it, that will, after 10 minutes or something, say, we don't know the messaging on this exactly yet. Samsung really doesn't want us to say like thermal throttle or thermal overload. I want a little cell phone on fire icon or something. But we're not sure exactly how we're going to message this, but one of the things that we can do with it is give you the option of continuing or playing in a degraded fashion, or exiting VR and going on to something else. So something that we have the option of doing here on mobile that we don't on PC yet, and I'm pushing hard on this because this is probably the most important result coming out of the mobile environment, was this the asynchronous time warp notion, where it was one of the very first things that I tried when I started on this project. The idea is that if we can decouple the refreshing of the screen, which we know has to be 60 or 90 or 120 or one of these very high numbers, from the rendering of the eye buffers that go into that would be a huge benefit to developers. It would allow you to, in theory, have a 30 hertz game that gets updated to the screen 60 times a second. So we know that the basic time warp principle of you can take an image, you can warp it to another place in space, and for attitude-only adjustment, that works wonderfully, although there were lots of arguments internally where, again, you win arguments by showing an existence proof. I mean, there were a lot of arguments internally at Oculus about what the downsides of this was going to be, but just went ahead and did it all in mobile, and we can look at this and say, yes, this turns out to be a good thing, and so we have interpolated time warp on the PC now, but the important point here is working towards asynchronous time warp. So I tried it first on mobile, just the obvious way. You spin up a second thread, you pass off buffers between them, and it didn't work for the equally obvious reasons and expected reason that GPUs are all about throughput right now. They really are not optimized for latency. They are optimized for soaking up this immense amount of work and then processing it at some point in the future. So the batching that happens here is not very well controlled. To have this asynchronous stuff work, I've got this window of half of a screen while it's going on the front buffer, 8 milliseconds. So I need to know that I can draw that half of the screen within 8 milliseconds of the time that I start. And there's a bunch of things that go into eating up that cushion. There's the scheduling on the CPU, where if the CPU wakes up 10 milliseconds later, it doesn't matter if your GPU is infinitely fast. But it also means that when I put in that little bit of drawing, draw these 1,000 triangles or this slice of it or whatever, that needs to happen before that window runs out. And the way most GPUs work now, they love to have 20 or 30 milliseconds of work buffered up. That's the way they get their best benchmark scores and the way things look really good if you want to render out to 4K displays or whatever. You want to bandwidth optimize for those situations. But in VR, we have these very, very tight latency optimization requirements. So what needed to happen was that you needed to be able to prioritize the work in some way and say, this is much more important than this. And GPU, when this comes along, you need to stop doing this and do this instead and come back to it. Now, the very first phone that I had working on here was, again, the Imagination Technologies phone, and they actually have an extension for this. It's like IMG context priority. I'm thinking, well, this is exactly what I want. The minor fault there was that you couldn't, in their particular implementation, you couldn't have multiple contexts in the same process with different priorities. So I would have had to do something really gross about spinning up another Android process and somehow passing the images as external images between the processes. And it would have been basically like Android's compositor surface flinger. And I did not have nearly enough confidence in my, in my Android skills at the time to want to spin that up. But as we were going through this whole development process, by this time we had some good-looking stuff. We had the locked clocks. We had Sched FIFO real-time scheduling, which was another huge concession from Samsung to get in there. We had our kernel driver for the Oculus sensor rather than winding its way through the standard USB input stack. And these were giving us this low, we were well under 20 milliseconds of motion to photons latency, and it was looking great there. But the problem was, everybody was looking at this and saying, okay, John, your 3 applications run 60 frames per second reliably like this. What about all the rest of our developers? What about 90% of the developers were Unity developers, and where Unity is just not working that well under these conditions because rendering to the front buffer there, low persistence, any little glitch on garbage collection, anything that just happens to load slightly incorrectly. And in a multi-million line code base like that, there's just a lot that can go wrong. And unfortunately, like the way the SDK rollout on this stuff had gone with developers, when I reached a point where I had kind of the few native applications that me and a couple of the other guys had been working on, and we were making those available as source code, we made the first, I don't even want to call it an SDK release, but the first batch of developers that got some code from me, got sort of our sample code for these things. They could do a few things, but the Unity integration wasn't ready yet. And we really kind of mismanaged that first rollout of the 2 developers where, it was still a matter of the whole company hadn't really kind of gotten on board with all of this. So we wound up with, a dozen or so of sorts of people doing the development for it that were largely the Unity-based indies. And so that first rev, nobody was doing native code. This kind of just sat there for a while until I got the Unity integration working well enough. And again, the latency worked out fine there. It was the variability that was the problem. We could make some Unity-based experiences that could be almost consistently 60 frames per second, but it was hard to really make them absolutely reliable. And there was, again, real doubt about, well, this may not be a viable platform for gaming. We can do our videos, we can do our hand-coded native things, but it's probably not a Unity gaming platform. So the thing that allowed that to actually come to fruition and become a decent place to develop, most of the games that we're showing here are Unity games. There's only a handful of them that are native experiences. And this really does owe itself largely to this asynchronous time warp ability. And Qualcomm was the company that really stepped up and implemented this, where we had talked about it early on. I said, there's 2 things that I wanted from the GPU vendors, really. I wanted this context priority so I could do asynchronous time warp, and then I wanted a way to replicate effort between the 2 eyes to do stereoscopy with 1 pass through the driver. I'm already past my time, but maybe I'll get to that later. So Qualcomm basically went and they implemented Imagination Technologies extension there, but without the limitation of needing to be in multiple processes. So that allowed me to then run the time warp thread on its own GL context, and it synced to this 120 times a second left eye, right eye, going back and forth, running at the highest scheduling priority of any of the threads there. So it gets in, it gets its within 1 millisecond scheduling, it batches up the graphics for that, and at some level in their driver, it interrupts something else and gets there. Now, in the ideal world, that would be perfect and we would never ever see a tear or judder, but there's a couple things that make this not quite perfect. There's a few things we know about and there's a few things that we still don't completely understand, but the basic thing is it does work. It works as a win where I try to tell, people hear about this and they think, oh, it won't matter what I render at, and that's not true. You've got the lower your frame rate, when you've got things near you, they'll feel jerky, but it's the jerky feel of a computer game that needs an upgrade to the GPU. It's not the unbearable hell of jerky judder in DK2 where with the low persistence display where just everything is killing you with it. And the truth is, for a lot of things, you can drop a frame and not even notice that it happened. So I try to tell developers, this is frame rate insurance. This is not magic where you don't have to worry about performance, but work hard, try to get to 60 frames per second, try to do your best to stay there. But if you slip up a little bit, or if something else in the system glitches a little bit, then we can handle that and we can make a new frame kind of magically appear there. And it does still work where you can say, it is a 30 hertz experience, and we're going to double every other frame. It's definitely not as good. For certain things, it can be okay, and that's one of the things we're still debating for when you run into the thermal limits. Do we offer this option of just saying, well, we can knock the experience down to 30 frames per second, and that should run steady state at the lowest clock settings there. We're still not, we need more test cases to see whether that works out well or poorly for the different things. But still, it was a huge, huge win to get that asynchronous time warp working, and that's, I think, one of the big achievements of the last year. So we're trying to get that onto the PC for a lot of these things, because as we start looking at these things, 90 hertz displays, even 75 for DK2, these are hard to hit even on the PC with all that horsepower. And I've said it many times before, and people don't like to hear it, but the PC costs about a factor of 2 in sort of the overhead that you wind up incurring when you're dealing with latency, not with bandwidth. The raw throughput, if you queue it all up, you got scads there. But if you're trying to do these very tight timing things like rendering to the front buffer, never dropping a frame, switching between there are challenges on the PC. So we are deeply engaged with NVIDIA, and we expect to. There's the whole matrix that we're going to have to work through. NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, and then PC, Mac, Linux. That's a lot of work to get some of this really twitchy stuff working. The work is ongoing right now, and there are varying levels of optimism and despair amongst different people in the company about how well this is actually going to work out on the PC. But I keep thinking it's the same thing, though. We need the existence proof. What we're probably going to wind up doing on this, if some magic doesn't happen in the coming days, is something that I actually tried on the cell phone first, was doing the time warp, the asynchronous time warp, on a CPU core. Burn an entire CPU core so it's just doing texture mapping like a horribly inefficient GPU, and have it schedule at the CPU level where we don't have this massive backlog of buffers going. And that actually worked on the cell phone, but it was one of those things that in a minute it overheated the cell phone. That was where it was just totally overdriving everything. But on a PC, we could actually do that. There's plenty of quad-core systems that really do have a core idle, and you can't then do the really fancy stuff like multiple composited overlay planes with deghosting going on, but you can do a chromatic aberration corrected time warp that can render right ahead of the raster. And once you start doing that, instead of just left eye, right eye, what we can do, we can turn this on even in the mobile, where you can go to the sliced rendering, where you cut each eye up into 4 slices. And then you can say, well, I am going to render just the slice ahead of me instead of the whole eye. So I've had Gear VR running actual applications with 4 milliseconds motion to photons time, where you've got a 2 millisecond window, some USB overhead, some scan out latency. But that doesn't work quite as well because of these. The other thing, the difference between theory and reality here is that having the high priority context extension doesn't mean there's still all these layers of buffering that. Some of them are kind of Qualcomm specific, and we have painful choices about how we can turn this one thing down, but it doubles the CPU overhead and command processing for things. And that's where we're at right now, where if you spend a lot of time in the applications that we've got for demos, you'll see some of them that occasionally have a little glitch, a judder or a tear line on the screen. And in fact, there's 2 different types of judders that you can notice if you're watching carefully. If you see a tear line mid-eye, that's because we somehow overshot our graphics cushion, which is a combination of both the CPU cushion and the GPU cushion. And the problem with that is, unlike like Imagination or Mali technology, where they're really tiny tiles, like 16 by 16 or something, the Qualcomm Adreno has fairly large tiles. It's a pretty good-sized block of memory on chip, and it might be a 9th or a 12th of the screen of the eye buffer or something. So it can be a decent-sized chunk. And they have to have at least a couple of these in flight to have decent efficiency. And then there's the question of how often they pass them off from the client application to their driver. So there's all these trade-off questions. So you can wind up with some things like there's some Unity applications that have some pretty heavyweight graphics rendering. And if they really throw a lot in and it all happens to wind up being in one tile, so we can wind up being some number of tiles behind. And if it turns out that you really more than doubled the amount of time we'd like you to have in there, we can still wind up blowing past that particular margin. And that happens on some apps right now. The other one is an interesting thing that that we only got to the bottom of recently. And this is something that people that aren't really involved with embedded display technology or probably aren't even aware of. But one of the new tricks that these ever-persistent people saving power on cell phones are doing is that the displays now are often smart, meaning that they are not just blindly DMAing pixels from memory and then putting them into charge cells or whatever on the display. They often now have a complete embedded frame buffer on the display. So the idea is that a lot of time you're looking at your cell phone, there's really not animation going on, and if they know from their compositor that, hey, we changed something, let's push one frame down, and then we don't touch it for seconds later, because the main memory is pretty expensive there, so that's an issue. But what that means is that even though I'm rendering to this front buffer, the display controller might not be being told every time that, hey, you still need to render to this. It's something that one aspect of the Android system software, normally it's managing the compositor and doing all this complicated stuff, but still for the VR apps, at least once per frame, it needs to wake up and say, hey, you need to get the next frame. And if it ever doesn't get that, then we miss an entire frame and you see a kind of like a DK2 style swap judder on things. And this is really unfortunate because we have our applications at these high real-time scheduling priorities, but Samsung is really scared to it's probably not a good idea to put some core part of Android at a scheduling priority where it could have priority inversion problems and different things like that. So we really want them to switch it back into a video mode, but they're all like, we're locked, we're shipping, this is a scary change, we don't want to do this right now. So it may be something that we live with for a while. But we all understand the issue now, and I'm confident in future versions that problem will go away. But there's still a few random, unexplained things that we can see. Some things, I think, dealing with audio that can cause us to glitch up. And this is something that we wish we had better yet visibility into the Android systems, but there's still a learning process. Again, a year ago I went into this knowing nothing about Android. I'm still far from an expert, but we know our way around a lot of this now, and we're getting what we need to accomplished. So I've pretty far shot over my time here. There's lots more to talk about, but I've got at least a little bit of time for some questions here. But I'm around all day, and I expect to completely lose my voice today. So a couple times already, just catch me anywhere. We can form a little crowd, and we can go over whatever topic you want. But if we can go ahead and I've got a few minutes. We can probably blow past the budget a little bit longer, but we've got a little bit of time for questions if you want to start lining up at the microphone. Or, okay, if you want to. Yeah. So brightness, the question about whether we want to have some overbrighting factor for the interlace like you would do on to compensate for it on TV sets. Brightness is an interesting question. In fact, to talk a little bit more about the actual display technologies there, currently Gear VR has an option, a brightness slider, and I'm not even sure that's really a good idea. One of the aspects is that our low persistence value is related to our brightness levels. When you're below a certain brightness, you're at 20% duty cycle, and when you're above that brightness, you're at 30% duty cycle. And I wish we were even lower, because 20% duty cycle in 16 milliseconds, that's 3.2 milliseconds, and DK2 runs lower than that. And when you get all the way up to 4.8 milliseconds, it's getting to feel smeary again. It's still 3 times better than DK1 or a full persistence display, but it's not great. So I would argue that, and especially since if you've got all light blocked out from the display, I don't think you need a brightness selection. I think everybody sees the same things and you adapt to it fairly quickly. So I think a fixed display brightness probably would be a good thing, and if we control it directly, then we could pump up whatever we needed for doing that. But I don't think we would actually adjust it for interlace. I think that we would pick one of the values there and we would take whatever it gets. But the other aspect related to displays there is the color calibration, where the displays are color calibrated. Okay, I'm going to go on for a while about a few more of these display topics. So one of the things talking about resolution, so these panels are diamond pixel or pentile displays, which is generally not what you want. You want RGB triad. You want to say, this is my red, this is my green, this is my blue. But these panels, they wind up, all the greens are there, but only half of the reds and half of the blues. When I first hear about this, each time I think, oh, they're just cheating. You know, they want to be able to claim they're a 1080p or a 1440p display without actually having all of those pixels. But it turns out there is another more significant reason, especially with OLEDs. The blue OLEDs will burn out quicker if they're the same size, so making them larger and driving them lower is a positive thing there. But this does mean that for the graphic techs that get really high-end obsessive about filter kernels and things like that, you have to know that whatever you push out on red and blue is not going to be what winds up on the display. It's going to be a function of 2 to 4 of the surrounding pixels there. I was pleasantly surprised to find out they actually are gamma correct. I had just assumed that it was going to be busted and done in linear space, but it's gamma correct, and the calibration on them is actually, it's much better sRGB calibration than on my desktop monitor. There's still a little bit of room for improvement. The top saturates a little bit more, and the bottom ones aren't quite right. And in VR, the linear ramp on sRGB is a terrible thing that we might be better off not being sRGB. But we've got good quality on a lot of that stuff. But the other little thing that I would mention to game designers and interface side of that is there's a consequence of that fact that we've got twice as many greens as reds or blues. If you really care about information and conveying something like text, there's a good argument to be made for doing it green on black. Pick a matrix style there, and or it's like an 80s Apple II monitor, where that will actually be the crispest, most legible way of doing things. And one of the clever things that RUI guys puked at the idea of green displays, so they at least came up with the kind of clever idea of having a very subtle green outline around things, so it still gives kind of the crisply defined outline, just with a little hint of green around it. But just going green on black would be the way to really convey the absolute most information. Yeah.
Hi, John. Thanks for coming out here.
Yeah.
I know it's a long flight. So you said Brendan likes to think about the sit-down experience, the sit-down VR experience. Well, I'm more about the stand-up experience, full-body VR. I know the data you get from this is pretty coarse, but do you think that there's any value in taking data from, say, GPS or a pedometer to track movement, like walking around? Is Oculus even thinking about that? So
the thing that keeps coming up that gets overlooked so much is sub-millimeter precision for the tracking. So the question of whether we can use larger scale things, although some GPS is amazing technology. I mean, some of the real-time kinematic GPS stuff is giving millimeter level accuracy from things, usually not in real time, but that is startlingly close. I'm getting the please wrap up angry message here. Let's try and let's clear the people that are at the microphones here. So no, I don't think that we've got any near-term plans for that. In the long term, in our world of VR and AR, then yes, that will be used at some point.
Just related to movement tracking, like Google's Project Tango. Have you guys got?
Yeah, we had the Tango demo and everything.
Yeah. So how accurate was that in terms of?
So it was better than a lot of people expected, and yeah, you could look around, and it's not sub-millimeter, but it's like a heck of a lot better than what most AR toolkit type things are going on. And they have they've got their structured light sensor that they can use for extra fixes. As I understand it, they're still doing most of it through the standard camera experience, though. So it's great to see all of this work coming on, and I'll be happy if somebody else nails this problem through cell phone cameras, I'll be thrilled. It'll be one less thing that I have to kind of work on in the different things. So,
do you know off the top of your head what the latency and positional?
I don't know what it was, but that's actually not that important. That's something that's not immediately obvious. But all of these systems, all of the VR systems on this use the IMU for all the up-to-date stuff. It's a matter of they just need to know at some point in the past, not too far in the past, then you can go ahead and say, this is where you really were, and then reproject through. So if it's even 100 milliseconds, ideally less than that, but you can have a pretty long latency. As long as you know what the time was, you can recorrect from there, and it doesn't have to be, because you don't get it, there's nothing that we've got that delivers everything right now. We want 2 milliseconds latency, and you're not getting that from an optical system, in consumer gear at least.
Thank you.
Yeah.
did mention that you were getting the camera pass-through on the Gear VR, like
yeah.
Keynote 4. Have you guys been doing any augmented reality kind of applications or work with the computer vision coming out of that, not just for position tracking?
Okay, so if anybody's going to do an augmented reality application, you must not stretch the camera larger than what it is, where the camera on the Gear VR is a 60 by 45, like 60 by 45, something like that degree, which is this small area in VR. And you could go do an AR experience with that. And we've got the 120 hertz camera, so it's way better for doing that than any any kind of standard AR experience using the 30 hertz camera interface. But I see lots of people then go ahead and take that camera and say, I want it to be big, and stretch it over everything, which then becomes far worse than any sin we've ever committed in any of our distortion calibration stuff. You don't just stretch it up over like that. So there's some work that's been done on them. I haven't seen anything that. I'm not a big fan of AR cell phone applications. Really, I've seen a lot of demos, and I think that they are technologies looking for a product, looking for a reason to exist. I've played with a bunch of them, and I am yet to be won over. It may just be a matter of that the quality is not good enough, that it needs to be 60 hertz with a 120 hertz scanner, updating all the time, not dropping and popping and having all the different problems. If augmented reality with sub-millimeter precision and no jitter with low persistence might be a very cool thing, but I've yet to see it.
Hi there. Irrespective of the resolution or the pixel density, the size of the device and the screen actually, do you feel the current size for the Note 4 is a good one? Smaller or larger would be better from the trade-offs with weight? How do you feel about that?
It is remarkably close to optimal. It is, it's very close to twice the average IPD for people. It's about where you'd want the interaxial for the lenses. We waste a little bit of display off the top and bottom with the current lenses. One of the big things that I want to push for is non-circular lenses, where ideally we would have lenses shaped to project an image that's the full, we're rendering a square image in software, and then we're throwing away the corners of it by the shape of things. So I think it's actually a pretty darn good trade-off. I mean, obviously, it would be better if we had separate cantable, interaxial, adjustable displays, but if it's going to be one display, it's almost perfect in size.
Thanks.
I mean, I guess unless they literally chase me off the stage, I can stay here answering questions until they...
Hi, John.
Yeah.
We actually are going to end for lunch.
Okay.
And if we can just take the rest of the questions offline, that would be
all
great.
right.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Let's do that. So if you have that graphic, definitely use our YouTube to double check it. But I can use that during the introduction. And as soon as we finish the intros, away we go. Thank you so much. Thank you. Great. Well, everything's going super well. Thank you guys. Yeah. You guys are killing it. Thanks. This is like, holy, it's an awesome team of people making it happen.